bum. Bring boom, bring boom, bring boom, bring boom. Oh my god. Rosa cooling Rosa? Cooling Rosa, cooling Rosa? Mm-hmm. Lock in. What? Wake up. Sit up straight. Stray? Stray? Slay? And that's over. It's over. We're ending stream. Sound is sounding. The music might be just a little bit too loud. Just a little bit. Just a little notch. Beep. Just oh my god. Hi, nonstop doodler. Nonstop doodler. Hey. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's chill. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't punish me again. I didn't mean to. No! It's like that one scene. Right up until you dragged me out. Screaming, clawing at the floor. What? What? I can't giggle now? The people love hearing us stutter. What? Hold on, let me put my headset back in. Because we could for a second. What?
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, no, you're not there anymore.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. That's weird. I'm back.
It's my stream now.
I don't know why I did that. It's weird.
Beetle only live. Exactly.
That should have fixed it. I think for some reason OBS disconnected
it did. You're
me.
back. OBS.
It's not
really
just, it's my stream.
Doesn't it?
It's my stream. Why is the live not popping up on my YouTube studio so I could change the thumbnail? Hold on. Who's excited for this chapter? I'll have to do my trigger warnings in a second that I always do.
Me. I raise my hand.
Me! I'm excited!
Clapping up and down. I can't wait!
I can't wait! I'm so excited!
So excited!
Okay, I need to change the thumbnail. I don't know why this is the thumbnail. Okay,
last chapter? Let me skim through last chapter.
Okay, I can't change the thumbnail until after stream, so oopsie daisy.
Yeah, last chapter was a lot.
Last chapter was pretty intense. It's been 20 years. Listen, I've had a lot going on.
Last chapter, Cross was taken by Air. What else? Ink was captured by Top, and
Top
Underfell
Slim Shady?
Papyrus. Top some shady. Oh my god.
Okay.
But I think he was released after video calling with Dream, Blue, and Stretch.
Yeah.
That is from me just skimming through and reading 3 sentences from the last chapter.
Yeah. Okay. So, for those who are new to this like type of stream, For the Forgotten Ones is a fan fiction that I've been reading, well, been trying to read on my page because I'm hopefully planning to make a overall analysis video on it. And so I've been reading it so my followers can kind of keep up with it and know what to expect. Nowadays, it's more along the lines of the fact that people like falling asleep to these streams. So we usually do them every Saturday or Friday, but I had been so busy that I haven't been able to for like a month. So the trigger warnings for this chapter and in all chapters in general is definitely going to be talks of like physical and emotional abuse. Um, it's a war, so there's a lot going on in that attribute. I don't think anything crazy happens in this specific chapter just yet, but keep that in mind whenever I've read this fic over and over and over again, like numerous times. So when I get to a certain spot, I tend to recognize like what is the next scene, like what's gonna happen. So then I'll take a trigger warning for every transition that's more specific about like what's about to happen for certain scenes. I might not always get it, but I'm gonna try my best. So, also I'm tired. My voice is a bit shaky. I cannot promise that it's gonna be like a super good reading. I'm also rusty. I haven't read in a while out loud, so please forgive me. It's gonna be a bit off from how it usually is. Not bad, but how it be. Also, another warning, I can't really read chat a lot when I'm reading. If you have any questions about anything, like not related to FTFO or questions in general about FTFO, me and Beetle will be switching off in the chat depending on who's reading the chapter, and we'll be answering questions in the chat. So no spoilers if you've already read FTFO. Try to keep it not like spoiler free. So
I'm
got
sorry. Somebody just said their house is on fire. Huh?
what? And you blasted on the live stream?
I'm sorry. I was saying why I started giggling out of nowhere.
R.I.P. Hopefully you're okay. Don't really know what to say to that. Good luck out there. So yeah. I'm gonna House on Fire is not the main focus. What? Get out of there! Okay. So, For the Forgotten Ones is also written by I'm_sorry_buddy. So keep that in mind. I'm nervous because I haven't like read anything in a good bit. I've been so tired. Oh, this might be a wreck. Okay. Alright. Chapter 21. A Salvo of Unintended Consequences. Also, my headphones keep acting up, so I don't know if like my mic is just like refusing to work, so hopefully it doesn't like cut out and like die, Okay. The coffee was cold. It sat on the table in 2 mugs, both mostly full and no longer letting off steam. A waste, some would say, Blue included. But Blue wasn't here, and Stretch had wanted some semblance of normalcy in his increasingly abnormal life, and that was saying something considering the resets and alternate timelines he had been dealing with for as long as he could remember. His life had never been what many would call normal, but it had not always been like this. Pouring 2 mugs of coffee was the least he could do, even if he wanted nothing more than to throw his guest out of his house, despite having been the one who invited him in the first place. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Stretch asked. "Am I really doing this?" he thought. and wondered if his guest could see his indecision. Stretch's fingers itched to reach for a cigarette. He kept his hands in the pocket of his orange hoodie, and his face relaxed, despite knowing that his posture did nothing to hide how serious he was. He wanted to be the funny guy who told dumb jokes, but this wasn't the time for joking, not if what he suspected was true. And certainly not in front of the paradoxically colorful sands that was nearly as tall as he was. Like a poisonous dart frog, Fresh's garish colors were more of a warning than something to admire. "That's an interesting theory, Broseph," Fresh commented as he lounged in the opposite chair at Stretch and Blue's kitchen table. Stretch was all for slouching around, but something about his guest's posture bothered him. Maybe it was because he could tell that Fresh was trying to look relaxed when he really wasn't. "I can't say I'm convinced." "You are convinced," Stretch accused, not fooled at all. "Please don't insult us both by pretending you're not." Fresh's grin widened. He appeared to look down as he stirred his full mug, letting the coffee slosh back and forth loudly. But Stretch knew that the hollow stare behind those sunglasses was on him, sharp and calculating. He did not want Fresh in his house. He did not trust Fresh one bit. However, he did trust that Fresh would do what he must to ensure his own survival. An understandable goal, and the sole reason why Stretch dared to invite him over and show him the barest hint of trust. Though, could it be considered the barest hint, when everyone and everything he knew could be affected? "I'm just saying, it's funny that such a small sands is causing such a big ruckus." Fresh leaned forward, placing his hands under his chin as his sunglasses fell down to reveal his eye sockets. One was empty, with a few visible cracks around its edges. The other held a slowly breaking soul. "Do you really think Ark is the protector?" "He is the most likely candidate," Stretch admitted. "If it was only his ability to use codes and block core frisk, I would not think twice about it. However, he can heal the gang despite their high LV and the increased unreliability of green magic. We began sensing the anomaly through our machines around the time he first appeared. He is a Sans, and he is a smaller height comparable to the protector we saw in the other multiverse. The evidence is stacking up, so I'm not going to ignore it." "I hear ya." Fresh seemed lackadaisical about what Stretch had shared with him, acting completely unsurprised that the protector was actually real. Emphasis on seemed and acting. Stretch knew better, and Fresh knew Stretch saw right through him. He seemed to find Stretch's perceptiveness amusing. "Why come to me?" Wait, the
They're
audio is a
saying
bit
the
low.
audio. Oh.
Is the audio a bit low, Beetle? Beetle? Beetle?
My mic hates me.
Beetle?
It cut me off. It cut me out. It sounds normal to me.
Okay. I turned it up anyways, though, just in case.
And yeah, no,
that's fine. Up a little bit more. Okay.
I was like, oh, somebody's saying the sound is low.
Yeah, I could not hear a lick of that. Okay, let me log back in. Okay. "You don't give a funk about the Omega Timeline politics," Stretch said bluntly. "They can't stop you, and you are much better at, shall we say, putting yourself into situations around the multiverse than I would be." "You're doing well with that on your own," Fresh pointed out. "You could get in a lot of trouble for telling me about your little projects." Stretch was unsurprised that he knew what was actually happening in the Skyscraper Labs. It further proved his point that Fresh had a habit of finding things. That's why the Omega Timeline cannot get Ark. Even if he's not the protector, he is a coder, one that is capable of blocking core themselves. At this point, giving the Omega Timeline that kind of power would be a mistake that could doom us all. "Desperate times make some mean and desperate broskies." Fresh's grin vanished. "You do realize what you're asking me, you know. I'm not a Sans, but I still hate making promises." Stretch was fully aware of the irony. He could not find much humor in the fact that he was being the underswap Asgore, though usually it was Toriel, in this situation. "Think of it as an investment to ensure your own safety," Stretch said. if Ark is the protector, he's our last chance to fix this funked up multiverse. The language is unrad, broski, Fresk lectured. He adjusted his glasses and grinned. Don't you worry, I'll help the little ink blot out. It's a promise. I hate reading Fresh, dude. This is such a torture.
Oh, literally.
He makes it so difficult. Okay. Stretch's brow furrowed slightly before he could finish his internal debate on whether to ask what Fresh meant by ink blot. His worrisome guest vanished from the kitchen with a colorful poof of smoke. The full mug of coffee was left behind on the table, untouched, while the slight chill that had lingered in the air around Fresh vanished with him. As he stared at the empty seat Fresh had vacant, Stretch could only hope that he had not just made a terrible mistake. How do I find chapter 1? If Beetle could be a deer and put the link to the fanfiction in the chat, that'd be lovely.
I won't be able to pin it, though.
I wish you could, but it'd still be better than nothing.
Yeah.
Reading him so deadpan. Dude, I don't want to... It's snowing! Oh my god, it's snowing! My friend just texted me! Oh my goodness gracious! What?
It's a Christmas, it's a January miracle!
It's a January miracle! It's snowing! Yes! Sorry, at least where I'm at. They live in the exact same town as me, so it's... Oh my god, snow! Okay. I'm gonna try to put more emotion into Fresh if I have to read him, but... you know, I really don't like reading Fresh. Cross always tried not to theorize about what happened to the Sanses that were captured by error and pulled to the anti-void, never to be seen again. He had enough nightmares from his own experiences. He did not need to add sadistic horrors based on the rumors to his mind arsenal. The anti-void was not a place he ever wanted to visit again, not unless he was about to restore Extale, but he'd prefer isolation to what had happened to him now. By the way, they mentioned that that's not accurate. They know it's not accurate, but Cross was never in the anti-void. Just have to correct that. That's not where he was after Extale got destroyed. But you know, I'm not gonna say anything about it. Okay. He was suspended above the ground of the anti-void, wrapped up in blue strings and surrounded by dolls he knew for certain were filled with the dust of Error's victims. His arms were held together above his head, his legs tightly trapped, and his soul was exposed, wrapped in strings that could snuff it out with a mere twitch of Error's fingers. The strings were too strong to break, but they also did not cut into Cross's bones yet. He knew the lack of damage was only because Error willed it. Cross's predicament answered several questions about how many of Error's victims likely died. He never wanted to learn that answer. Yet here he was. Needless to say, this was the first time Cross had been in this position. He could not think of anyone that survived to have a second time. He alternated between three hopes. Hope that the others were all right, hope that Ink would stay away, and hope that his own inevitable death would be quick. Time did not pass in the anti-void even as it did, hovering in a type of blank, unchanging status, so Cross had no idea how long it had actually been. All he knew was that time had slipped on by, and Error could kill him at any moment. He was completely at the Destroyer's mercy, and everyone knew that Error had none. My man. Cross let his chin rest on the silver armor he still wore, blankly staring at his soul. Perhaps it was the first signs of the anti-void affecting him, but seeing the full white heart seemed wrong. His soul should be half empty, shouldn't it? Half of it had been taken over by X-Kara's red soul, and half of it had gone when X-Kara had vanished, right? Except it had not been half empty in a long time. When did that happen? How did that happen? Had it ever happened? It didn't matter. Cross was going to die here. He could only pray that Ink would not show up and die with him. Give me my protector of creation, Error had snarled. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Stars, don't think about it. Don't think about it. It won't help you now. Cross saw a flicker of moving fabric in his peripheral vision. Terror seized his soul. He jerked in place and whipped his head to the side so quickly that his neck ached. The movement was merely a scarf that was tied around one of the Sans' dolls. It was a purple scarf, not a cloak, and certainly not a white and black scarf. No one else was there. It was just Cross and Error. Just Cross and Error. Just Cross and Error, and the dust-filled dolls of many of the Sanses he had killed. The strings around Cross's chest were not so tight that they dug into his ribs, but it was becoming difficult to breathe. There was not a discernible atmosphere in the anti-void, but the air somehow felt sharp and raw. Like thousands of tiny electrified needles were constantly prickling at his bones, trying to gain entry so that they could rip him apart from within. Calm down. You need to calm down. Focus. Keep your head. Don't start seeing things that aren't there. A crash drew Cross's attention to his captor. Era was prowling back and forth, hissing and glitching as he waded through what appeared to be depleting piles of expanding polystrinian beams. I don't know what that is. He nearly tripped over bits of torn, tough blue fabric and walked carelessly over the remains of an old television too, disintegrating the broken pieces even further. Oh no, he destroyed his beanbags. It was almost funny to picture the destroyer having such things as a beanbag chair and a TV, almost because that meant Era had once been coherent enough to enjoy such things. Now, those items had been destroyed long ago, leaving only the remnants behind. Cross was tempted to call out to Era, but he knew from previous experience that no amount of shouting or insults would cause the destroyer to kill him. Era loathed him, or he loathed Guard, maybe even more so than other Sanses, but he was determined to have Cross as a hostage and not a pile of dust. The only avenue that Cross had not yet gone down was mentioning ink, but logic and his admittedly abysmal self-preservation instincts made him hold his tongue. Mentioning ink would be a terrible idea that would likely doom them both if Air decided to go out to hunt him down. Air's rambling did nothing to help Cross keep calm. The destroyer did not talk much. Mostly he hummed, screamed, and made sounds that were eerily like crying. One of the few things more terrifying than Air's prowling and humming was the way he said Ink's name. Cross heard a familiar whisper and repressed a shudder, wishing he could block his hearing so he would not be pulled into Air's madness. Ink, 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 ink. Nightmare could sound possessive towards Ink, but he had nothing on Error. Error spoke Ink's name with reverence. He spoke it like a prayer, like it was the name of his salvation. He spoke like Ink's name was the only thing that let him hold onto the last bits of his mind, and it very well might be. That possessive hope was enough for Error to track Cross and Ink, specifically Guard, and to some extent Shield, across the multiverse, find their home base, and plot an attack. Cross did not think about how long Error must have been watching them. If he did, the panic he could feel slowly digging into his soul would break out and consume him. Or maybe the burning sensation was from Error's strings. Cross doubted Nightmare would come to his rescue. If he was going to react to the Gain's fear, he would have appeared when they were being hunted down through the castle halls. Maybe it was another lesson like that lesson for Ink. Cross hoped Ink was safe. He hoped Ink would stay away. Give me my protector of creation. Please let him stay away. Cross blinked, or maybe he fell asleep. All he knew was that when he opened his eye sockets again, Error was in front of him. He flinched, causing his body to swing slightly, but Error grabbed the string-wrapped wrists above his head, holding him still. Cross tensed, bracing himself for a painful end, but Error did not destroy him with his touch. Error reached up with his other hand and gently brushed the white off across his cheek with his thumb. Then he grasped Cross's purple cape and violently ripped it off of him. It disintegrated in his hands, torn to shreds that fluttered to the burning white ground. The Deltarune chestplate went next, leaving Cross in his black undershirt and the leggings of the armor. Error prowled back and forth in mid-air, eye sockets dripping a mixture of blood and glitches so thick that it nearly coated the tear-like marks on his cheeks. Without warning, he grabbed Cross's head, making him yelp in pain as it felt like stinging metal pincers had grabbed onto his soul. Air forced Cross's head back just enough so he could peer straight into his eye sockets. His grin was slow and malicious. Thought so. Air's voice was even clearer than it had been in Nightmare's castle. You are no knight. You are his, the Overrider. He's in your codes. Cross felt a chill. How do you know X-Caster? Air hummed and released Cross. He flicked the broken edge of his skull with another fragment fell off. He did not seem to notice as he landed on the bit of bone and crushed it into nothingness. With an almost lazy flick, his hair slashed at the air. Cross only had a moment to brace before the strings holding him in the air snapped. Still tied up and unable to save himself, he plunged 20 feet and hit the ground hard. He felt one of his ribs snap in the impact and bit back a scream of pain. Cross tried to rise, but the strings writhed like a pit of snakes, forcing him up into a kneeling position before they kept him chained to the empty white floor. The audio sounds fine.
Yeah, the audio sounds fine. I'm listening to the stream as you're reading too.
My Shayla. I always felt bad for Ftfo Error. If he had found ink before he went mad, then he would have been spared a lot more pain. I agree. My Shayla! My Shayla!
Hi, Sheila.
My Shayla. He felt one of his ribs snap, blah 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 blah. Cross tried to rise, but the strings. Da, 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 da. Eris smiled and kept on smiling, wider and wider until the edges of his mouth began to chip and crack. A hand reached up and gently caressed the air by his damaged skull. The pretender tried to fix, said he broke. Cross instantly understood what X-Gaster had done. The anti-void was always cold, but suddenly it felt colder, as though the air itself had become an icy pool in Snowdin. The Nile came swiftly and painfully, bursting out of Cross in a strangled shout. No, it couldn't have been him. You've been like this for much longer than he's been active. He did not start it, but he broke the pieces. Error told him, his voice glitching so badly that his joyful tone somehow sounded like a painful shriek. His smile vanished as his eyelights glowed with a mad light. I'll show you how it feels. More blue strings slid up across his ribs and spine, slowly creeping upward like the coils of a snake. Sorry, I got distracted because I was like, how about you show me how it feels, Error?
Whoa.
I didn't say nothing. They flickered and glitched, gaining visible red and purple errors, like the code of corrupted. Oh, they're talking about your little guy.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm still laughing about what you said.
That's crazy. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. My body pose laying right next to me, by the way.
Rosa, just read.
What are you? Okay, wait. What are you doing? Cross tried to demand, but his voice trembled as panic took him. Stop it! He thrashed violently, trying in vain to break free as the glitching blue strings crawled up his neck. Era laughed at his struggles as tears of blood dripped down his cheeks. Ugh, that's painful. The sound warping and distorting so badly that his laugh sounded like hollowing sobs. Silly little X, Sans. Rest your aching head. Era hummed. Don't dig a grave for Gaster. He was never dead. The strings slid up across his cheeks, wrapping round his skull, and his eye sockets widened in terror. Wait, no, please! After escaping Undertop, Ink chose to go to the empty ruins of Undertale near genocide.
What a transition.
Oh my god. It was a negative Undertale AU that had suffered from a barely averted genocide timeline. Frisk had missed a couple Vulcans in Hotland before they fought Mettaton, leaving Alphys as queen of the underground. Grief and negativity permeated its underground, but its codes were stable, and it was such a common AU type, more of an alternate timeline if you wanted to be technical, that no one really had any interest in it. However, this Undertale AU was one of Nightmare's many domains, in that it was mostly just an encode negativity source. Unlike in worlds like a Nightmare's Negative Tale, it was highly unlikely that Ink would be attacked here. The monsters of this world were not malicious. They were tired, sad, and afraid, but they were alive. That must count for something. It was here that Ink allowed himself to process what had just happened. He kept his freak out quiet and his mask on, curling up in a corner near some of the leaf piles in the silent and desolate ruins. The knowledge that countless monsters had been hunted down and murdered in this area probably did not help his mental state, but he'd rather Nightmare come after him while he was alone rather than risk another world like Undertop. Nightmare did not emerge from the shadows with tentacles as sharp as spears, shadows writhing in his fury as he called Ink a traitor. Ink was a traitor. He conspired with the Gain's enemies. He agreed to work with them. What did he think he was doing? The Star Sanses actually want to talk. I talked to the Starsanses. I think they were open to seeing the others as more than just their enemies. Did I give them any information that they can use against the gang? We made a step towards understanding each other instead of fighting. The others are gonna hate me. Nightmare's wrong about Dream. Nightmare won't listen to me. He'll never be able to believe in Dream's goodwill. He'll see me as a traitor. Ink's emotions were such a rolling mess that he felt like he was gonna throw up. I think it's riling? I don't remember. Okay. His excitement and fear hung on the two opposite ends of the pendulum. As soon as he felt joy for what he had accomplished, the Starsands were open to something other than fighting. He'd swing right back to terror. Nightmare would not give Ink a chance to explain himself, and vice versa. That did not change the fact that his hopes for a peaceful alternative might just not be hopes anymore. It might be a necessity, because Nightmare was clearly wrong about the multiverse's need for more negativity. Surely Nightmare would be understanding if Ink explained it to him. Who was he trying to fool? Nightmare would not be understanding. He would likely be the opposite of understanding. Another shudder passed through Ink's body. He slipped his hands under his mask to press them over his mouth to keep himself quiet. He was so lucky, but so unlucky all at once. The gaster that caught him while he fell unconscious could have been malicious, but undertop gaster wasn't. The underfell papyrus that attacked him could have been the kind that would have tortured a prisoner, but Edge wasn't. Dream and Blue could have been tricking Ark, but they weren't. By the stars, Ink prayed they weren't. Nightmare did not appear. If he was sensing Ink's emotions, he was letting him stew alone. If Nightmare did know what Ink had done, that might mean it was a manipulation tactic from Dream and Blue to gain Ink's trust, so Ink would learn his lesson the hard way. If Nightmare did not know, it could still be a manipulation tactic, but the chances were much less likely. In that case, Nightmare would absolutely see Ink as a traitor. Ink was a traitor. He talked to the stars. It was more than he could ever dreamed of, but it did not change that he had directly gone against Nightmare's orders. There was no loopholes this time, no way to blur the lines. Ink directly acted against Nightmare's orders and spoke to his brother. If Nightmare found out, what would he do to Ink? What about the people Ink made a deal to protect? Would Nightmare go back and kill them because Ink betrayed them? He had already killed behind Ink's back. Now he would have an excuse to do it openly. Then again, he did not need an excuse. Queen Undyne and Flowey's death made it clear that Nightmare would kill whoever he wanted dead. What about the others? How would they react? How would Cross react? Cross had warned Ink again and again not to trust Dream, but Ink went behind his back and did exactly that. If it was a trap or a trick to get the rest of the gang, then they could all be hurt, and it'd be Ink's fault, just like it was Ink's fault that anyone who saw his face died. Ink hoped that Edge and Top were able to keep that secret to themselves. They did not deserve to die. No one did. That was why Ink talked to the Starsanses. He just wanted both sides to try and talk instead of fighting. Was that so terrible? It was terrible, and it also wasn't. Because what if it wasn't a trick? What if, through some miracle, it actually worked? Flowey must be dead in this timeline, because he did not emerge to talk the sands that was hyperventilating in the corner of the ruins. Ink's head ached, and his throat burned by the time he calmed himself down. He was probably dehydrated and hungry. He had not slept, drank, or eaten since breakfast yesterday. Wait, no. He never got breakfast yesterday. He should have realized something was up when Horror did not come down to get him to go eat. If he had not been so stupid, he might have been able to stop the executions. Was it even yesterday? It was probably the day before, at least, accounting for the time he had been knocked out. No wonder his stomach and head hurt. Ink forced himself to use up one of his water bottles and a monster candy. He did not want to, but Horror would be upset if he knew that Ink was refusing to eat. Hold on, okay. Okay. Ink took a bit more time to try to not sound like a nervous wreck before continuing. He knew what he had to do next, even if he dreaded it. As soon as Ink was certain he was no longer hyperventilating, or would blurt what he had done as soon as someone else spoke, he took his communicator bracelet out of his bag and put it on. As soon as it made contact with him, it vibrated and hummed violently, telling him he had missed several calls. His soul sank. Before he could brace himself to try to see if the playback worked, it hummed again. The icon indicated it was Horror calling. Ink swallowed roughly, and answered with a pulse of magic. Hello? There was the sound like a sharp breath. Ark, are you safe? Where's your status? Ink knew it sounded like he'd been crying. He had been crying. He had kind of hoped that Horror would not notice. I'm in a negative, AU. It's pretty empty, so there aren't many monsters to attack me. Please don't tell me you're in a genocide timeline, AU. Horror's voice was desperate. I'm not, Ink said truthfully. As in, it was technically true. Then where are... Don't tell me where you are. Horror backtracked abruptly. Did you spend the last couple nights there? No. Ink's reply was awkward and brief. Of course, Horror noticed. Ark, please talk to me. Are you safe? I'm safe now, Ink explained uncomfortably. I'm sorry I didn't answer sooner. I was unconscious and restrained in a gaster's workshop. Are you safe? There was a beat of silence. Ink realized what he had just said, but it was too late to unsay it. Are you okay? The fear in Horror's voice sent another jolt of guilt through Ink. He didn't torture me, or try to experiment on me, or drug, I'm not sure if he drugged me. I was out in the snow and I kind of fell asleep, so it could be because I was cold or due to a sedative. I'm free, and I checked to make sure there weren't any trackers on me before I left, and put my bracelet back on. Ink's breathing hitched, but he kept his voice mostly under control. I'm sorry I took it off. I was stupid. They both knew what he was actually referring to. Don't call yourself that, Horror said roughly. You're not stupid. Ink blinked rapidly and reached under his mask to rub at his eye sockets. I couldn't see what was happening right in front of me. Nightmare manipulated you, Ark. Now Horror sounded weary. I'm sorry I didn't try harder to stop it. You couldn't. He threatened Horror-tell, didn't he? Not explicitly. With that, Ink knew that he could not tell Horror that he had just spoken to the Star Sanses. Not because Horror would disagree with what he had done. He probably wouldn't, but even if he did disagree, he'd still do his best to support Ink's choices. But because he would keep Ink's secret, and Nightmare would punish Horror for it. Ink leaned his head against the cold stone behind him and stared up at the ceiling. When does he want me back? I don't know. Horror hedged. Do you want to come back yet? Ink could not answer immediately. That was an answer in it of itself. It's okay, Horror soothed. You don't owe him anything. I owe him everything, Ink said, voice unsteady. Doesn't mean that he can control your life. He controls yours. He could picture Horror's wince. That may be the case, but I want something better for you. I want something better for you, too. That was all that Ink dared to confess. He forced himself to not even allude to his discussion with the stars. You shouldn't have to be scared. You shouldn't either. Horror's voice kept that strained edge to it that it had since he first started talking. Something was up. Something was wrong. Something other than Ink being alone out in the multiverse as Ark. A tremor started in Ink's hands. It started until his whole body felt like it was shaking. Despite the warmth of his coat and outfit, he felt a chill that seemed to seep into his bones. You didn't answer me before. Are you safe? Is someone hurt? Ink jolted upright and pushed himself to his feet. I'm coming back to the castle. No! Don't go back there! Horror's shout was so loud and frantic that the communicator crackled. Ink glanced around nervously and huddled closer to the wall. Is the boss that mad? Nightmare isn't with us right now, Horror said evasively. He found out that he's corrupted. You need to avoid the castle, okay? He what? Ink lurched forward, hand raised to summon a portal, but hesitated. Where is he? I can help him, you... Ice water trailed down his spine and his magic faded from his fingertips. You still didn't answer me. Who's hurt? Horror took a few deep breaths. They were so loud that Ink could hear him through the communicator. You're going to stay calm. You're not going to rush over to us or the castle or anywhere. You are going to sit right where you are and not do anything reckless. Agreed? Agreed. Now tell me, Ink demanded. First, some context. Worse, me when I'm about to tell, like, my little brother that my other brother was kidnapped. First, some context.
No!
First, some context, Horror said, and Ink suspected he was stalling. I was the one that changed my vote, but it wasn't my choice. Comprehension dawned before Ink could feel more than a flare of hurt. He felt sick. Nightmare used his aura on you. Yes, Cross didn't like that. Ink couldn't think of a greater understatement. He would not be surprised to hear that Cross attacked Nightmare. The boss left, but there was an incident. Dust's arm was broken, but the doctors and Horrortail are taking care of him. He's gonna be okay. Panic receded in favor of the level-headed needed for further information. What kind of break was it? Ink asked clinically. His right ulna got an open compound fracture from an impact, and his radius was fractured. I'm gonna pretend I know what that is.
Ulna?
Ulna?
Are you trying to say ulna?
I'm an English major, okay? I am not a scientist.
You need to know how to read.
Hey, I have dyslexia. You can't say that to me.
I'm just read the words. Easy.
No. Oh god.
It's ulna, by the way.
Ulna, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Horror's voice was not as controlled as Ink. We kept him stable until we could get to Horrortail. He had to get fragments removed. Thank the stars for your training, kiddo. We would have fed him a magic food and screwed up his arm. I should have been there. Ink struggled with that thought, because having it would not change things, nor would it help the gang now. Is he conscious? Did he require a blood transfusion? What kind of painkillers has he been prescribed? I can heal the injury if... He remembered the whole reason he wasn't at the castle in the first place and trailed off. If I healed Dust, would Nightmare kill anyone that puts together that I can use green magic? Dust is conscious and on pain and is... Oh god. Dust is conscious and on pain meds. I don't know what kind. He didn't require a blood transfusion as far as I know. Horror paused briefly before addressing Ink's last question. I think it may be best that Dust heals naturally a bit before any green magic is used. Ink realized that Horror's silence wasn't only due to hesitation. He'd likely been triple-checking that no one was around to overhear him. I can still return to Horrortail. Not yet, Horror pleaded. Stars, I don't know if it's safer for you here or out there. Either Ink was missing a vital piece of information, or Nightmare was even more livid than he could ever imagine. He hadn't returned to Nightmare's castle after Undertop because he feared he would not be welcomed. But hearing that his fear was not mere paranoia on his end made him want to curl up in a ball and cry all over again. Horror continued before Ink could gather his thoughts. I need you to do something for me. Find an AU that you can hide in for a few days, or weeks, just until the boss returns. I don't trust him with you right now. It was clear from his voice how much it pained him to say that out loud. When he gets back, he could be better, or he could be worse. He already showed signs of seeing you as a weapon. If he starts putting pressure on you when you both return to the castle, I want you to run. Take your purple outfit and go. Oh shit. The explosive was said as a soft whisper, but Horror didn't explain what made him say it. I'm not gonna leave you, Ink reminded him firmly. You can't help if you're dead or back there, Horror growled. I can't help you if you're dead either, Ink snapped right back at him. And you still didn't answer my question. Who else is hurt? Ink knew that Horror was hiding something from him. He did not know why, but if Horror kept doing it, Ink knew another breakdown was inevitable. He was already struggling with his own secret, because if he told Horror, then not only Horror, but all of Horrortail would be under threat. Ink wasn't important like Horror, and AU's continued survival did not rely on his allegiance to Nightmare, but Ink couldn't handle any more lies. Horror seemed to realize it. I was stabbed in the hand. The injury has been cared for. It better be, Ink said darkly. How's Killer? Unharmed. Cross? Silence. Ink waited for Horror to answer. Horror didn't. As the silence stretched on, Ink realized Horror wasn't going to answer, because if he did, he would tell a lie. He knew he would, and that Ink would be able to tell. Horror could not lie to Ink, but he did not want to tell the truth, so he kept silent. Ink pressed his left hand against the wall, fingers curling against the rough stone behind him. Horror, I am not Paprika. Don't try to hide this from me. What happened to Cross? He's been... Horror trailed off uselessly. Please tell me he isn't dead, Ink pleaded. He isn't dead. The affirmation brought no relief. Horror continued speaking, and he forced out every word like it physically pained him. Error attacked the castle after Nightmare left. He took Cross. The words washed over Ink like a cold wave. His legs felt weak. trembling beneath him like they could barely carry his weight. He took him to the anti-void? Yes. Something clicked in Ink's head. Fear was smoothly set aside. And there's still time to save him. No, you can't! Horror cut himself off and hesitated one last time before he forced the words out. Error was after you. He thinks you're the protector of creation. The news failed to break Ink out of the prioritized sense of calm that he utilized for emergencies. All his personal feelings and fears remained crammed to the side. I'm not, Ink said flatly. Not like Prism. If Ink was intended to be some legendary protector in this multiverse, he was a poor excuse for one. He barely understood his abilities. He was easily manipulated by his boss, who had been proven to not have the multiverse's best interest in mind. He remained oblivious as he failed to stop the gang from killing not only enemies, but allies for the crime of knowing he was a healer or seeing his face. He could not save anyone in a nightmarish negative tale, or the Goner AU. He struggled with the weight of brokering potential peace between enemies, even though it would be worth it if he managed to not make things worse. If he was meant to be something like a protector, then why was he abandoned before he became a person? Why was his world discarded before he and his brother could live? Ink was not a legend. He was an abandoned sketch that was so unimportant and unfinished that he did not know what a castle was until Nightmare brought him to one. Horror did not argue with him. Regardless, Era thinks you are. If you go to rescue Cross, you'll be giving him exactly what he wants. Ink didn't care. You said you'd come for me if I was captured by Ink. Error. Captured by himself. What a twist! By Prism.
Plot twist.
You said you'd come for me if I was captured by Error. I'm going to save Cross. He opened a mirror-like portal. The other side was eerily blank, but he barely noticed. Cross needed him. Horror's voice raised to a panicked shout. Ink, you're not thinking this through. Get to Horrortail and we can make a plan. Ink stepped through the portal and the connection went out. Sound was replaced by silence. Smell was replaced by odorless. Movement was replaced by stillness. Atmosphere was replaced by emptiness. Color was replaced by blinding white. The anti-void was not back there specifically. But there was still nothing. There was nothing. He was nothing. Could nothing scream? It ended as it began, with a demand and a plea. Find the protector of creation, find the protector of creation, find the protector of creation, yada yada yada. I know, Eris screamed at the empty white sky of the anti-void. I hear you. For the love of stars, shut up! The voices ignored him. They always did, though instead of laughing off his rants like they used to, now the voices were more somber. They had gotten agitated lately. Their whispers grew more frequent, more persistent, more urgent. Once upon a time, their constant harassment had been annoying and prevented Era from sleeping. But now, if Era was in a particularly good mood, he might say they were afraid. Era should have found him by now. Find the protector of creation. Should we try to find him? Find the protector of creation. We have been trying. Find the protector of creation. Have we looked up Redacted Name's multiverse for some hints of where to check? They have similarities, like Redacted Name having his redacted heart-shaped object and a role as protector of creation. Find the protector of creation. The protector's not a child like the other Redacted Name was, though. Similar isn't helping us find him. Find the protector of creation. What if he doesn't exist? Find the protector of creation. He must! It's gotten so bad that the codes are failing, and even we can't fix it. A protector of creation has to be out there by now. Find the protector of creation. Due to the voice's constant jabbering, Era had a limited understanding of what a protector of creation meant for this multiverse. Protectors had several defense-based roles within multiverses, mostly to oppose destroyers and corrupted. But protectors of creation were a rare variant of the protector class. If a protector was created, that was a normal part of a multiverse and how it functioned. If a protector of creation was created, it meant the multiverse itself was in danger of being completely annihilated. Protector of creation was the last chance to save a multiverse before the end. Hearing that one should exist and that he, a destroyer, needed to find him, brought to Era a sense of dread that he had never experienced before. Era despised anomalies, but he did not want everything to die. Plus, he could feel the glitches inside him, warping his mind as they were influenced by the corrupted code. The voices were nagging him about finding the protector, and he desperately wanted them to shut up. He wanted the voices to shut up. All he wanted was for the voices to shut up. If the voices would just shut up and let him think. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Just tell me where the protector is! Error screamed his plea as the callous white void, but there was no answer. His breathing was ragged, and a sharp pain in his eye sockets made it feel like burning pokers had been driven deep into them. It was not the only thing that hurt. He had been pulled into another scuffle with a group of corrupted a week ago, and gotten clawed across the back when one of them jumped him from behind. They jumped him, dude! Oh my god, he got jumped!
He jumped at me!
He jumped at me! They jumped at me! The injuries had yet to heal like they used to. He knew that this time, they wouldn't heal on their own. The voices whispered. Once they had spoken. Before that they had shouted. Eric could feel himself losing his connection to the voices. He could feel them losing control of this multiverse. He could feel himself losing his mind. Once, Eric had watched worlds destroy themselves with glee. He'd helped them process along for countless timelines and obliterated them so thoroughly that there was nothing left to bring them back. But not now. Not now. Era never thought he would need the willpower to resist the urge to destroy and kill. What had once been a gleeful pastime for him was now something much more dangerous. It was a pull. It was an addiction. It constantly haunted him, pressing in at the edges of his mind. Even when he tried to find a sense of contentment and watched under novella, the whispers of corruption haunted him. Why not destroy the code, a vital one that kept the slew of timelines from infecting each other and collapsing in on themselves? Why not hunt down Dream and Nightmare and kill the Guardians whose death may accelerate the end? Why not attack Undertale, the one world that should not be touched? Why not destroy a little more, and more, and more, and more, and more, and more, until nothing was left? The voices insisted that some worlds needed to be destroyed, that they'd been created for destruction, because destroying them is fun. Look at how the little playthings tried to flee, but eliminating worlds did nothing but amplify the problems. Error could not repair codes. He could not fix the broken and damaged pieces that caused more and more glitches to spread. No matter how many corrupted codes Error destroyed, there was always more to take its place. Destroying the glitches was as useful as trying to move boiling acidic water with bare hands. The multiverse needed repairs, not destruction. By destroying, Error was simply removing some more of the dwindling supports that the multiverse still had. Realizing and accepting that he was making things worse was a bitter pill for Error to swallow. But accept that he did, because there was no other options, and had reached the point where he did not bother eliminating individual anomalies anymore, because they usually ended up dead even without his interference, because it was a waste of energy. Error was pretty sure he had not hunted down the anomalies. No, he hadn't, had he? He was having blackouts. He was not sure how long ago they had started. But he was not losing himself. He was not losing himself. He was not losing himself. Find the protector of creation. Error allowed his frustration to bubble out as an infuriated and desperate shriek. He sat down in the middle of the empty white anti-void and pulled up his hood, hiding his face in his knees. His failures crawled along his bones along with his glitches. Maybe it was the corruption that made them sting. Error could find most AUs as easy as breathing. He could hunt targets across the multiverse, with the exception of places like Corifris' irritating Omega timeline, and he refused to look for it. He refused because he knew what would happen if he found it. He could destroy anything with a flick of his fingers and a pull of his strings. He could warp the codes that made the worlds and obliterate timelines so thoroughly that even the most determined humans could not come back. Yet he could not find the protector of creation. He couldn't fix anything. The protector of creation is a seance. Error raised his head as the whisper sounded in his mind. It was accomplished by a rush of complaints, squeals, and wails, most of which berated the voice for giving spoilers, while some agreed that Error needed hope. Something moved in the corner of Error's right eye socket. That would not have been significant if he wasn't currently in the white emptiness of the anti-void. The voices went silent. Error turned his head and calmly rose to his feet, observing the foolish skeleton monster that had entered his realm. The anomaly was instantly identified as a gaster. They always were the type to meddle and end up in places they shouldn't be. This one did not appear lost and desperate like many of the royal scientists that fell into the core and found themselves in the anti-void. He stared at Error with a self-assured expression. Head held high with, dare he say it, determination. Error wasn't in the mood to deal with some aggravatingly curious scientist at the moment, so he simply stared from beneath the shadow of his hood, letting his mismatched eyelights glow ominously. The gaster did not falter. His stance was firm, prideful, arrogant. It seemed like another idiotic anomaly that thought he could face the destroyer and live. A foolish endeavor. Just because Air did not chase down anomalies in AUs as much anymore didn't mean he let them waltz into his domain. Air let a slow smile stretch across his face. Have you come to die, abomination? I'm here to stop you, destroyer, the Gaster said clearly and concisely. At least he was not one for long-winded speeches. Hopefully, there was still time for some long diatribe about saving the multiverse from your destruction and stopping your evil and blah 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 blah, considering he had not acted yet. Air repressed a snort as he idly scanned the Gaster's codes. X-Tail Gaster of X-Tail, huh? Ah yes, it was that one. Air knew of him. X-Gaster, the fake creator that Corfrisk foolishly hoped could save them all. Unfortunately for them, Air knew that creator did not mean what X-Gaster and Corfrisk seemed to think it did. As the name implied, creators created AUs and, more importantly, let those worlds go, flowing onward without further interference once their script were in place. What X-Gaster had, Overwrite, was not an act of creation, nor did it repair codes like some creators and many protectors could. Corfrisk had not found the power they sought to save everyone. Air wondered if they knew what X-Gaster had done, how many times he had overwritten his world now. 4 times? Or was it 5? 7? He had not bothered to keep track. X-Gaster's experiments were truly miserable. Nightmare must be having a field day with the negative emotions of X-Tail's residents. If X-Gaster thought he could spread his influence out into the already unstable multiverse, he was about to be in for a rude awakening. Let me guess. Air idly tapped his chin and stared coldly at X-Gaster from beneath the shadow of his hood. You think I'm responsible for the multiverse's instability, right? I've got bad news for you then. I'm not the one causing all this. You're trying to deny it? X-Gaster sneered. He looked at the destroyer with open superior disgust, but Air was too used to self-righteous idiots glaring at him in that way to even be annoyed. It had been a while since he tore an anomaly apart, so he decided to play with his prey. It was fun to watch the haughty struggle and fail, especially since Overwrite would do nothing to Error. Destroyers, creators, and protectors were immune to its power, because allowing a resident of the multiverse, and especially a fake, self-proclaimed creator at that, to alter the codes of such entities would be an affront to the ones that watched. Error should have known better. As self-assured as X-Gaster was in his abilities, Error was just as self-assured in his immunity. They were both mistaken. They both did not account for the corruption. X-Gaster had been told he might have the power to help save the multiverse. The problem was, he didn't. Overwrite didn't heal, it did not repair. It broke and overwrote. If Error's glitch codes were only his own and were not affected with the corruption, he would have been immune to Overwrite, as all destroyers and protectors were. However, the Overwrite could latch onto the corruption in his code. X-Gaster pressed that infamous purple button, and it did exactly that. The voice's alarmed cries cut out, but Error's mind did not become silent. Their connection was severed and replaced by something much more sinister. Error's glitches spread rapidly over his bones, like he'd been doused in gasoline and lit up with a match. He screamed in agony as his skull sizzled, his howls and shrieks echoing in the empty anti-void. Dark bones melted like they'd been covered with acid, and a part of his skull burned away. He fell to his knees, his bones impacting glitching black dust and splashes of blood. That's so sweet. That's so cute and kawaii. That's so cute and kawaii of Error. X-Gaster's self-assured expression shattered, replaced by a horrified gape as his plan fell apart before his eyes. Error reached out for him, whether he meant to attack or to seek help, even he could not say, as his mind was filled with the screeching static that consumed everything else. X-Gaster stumbled away from him and fled from the anti-void and what he'd done. What a coward. Leaving Error to suffer alone. He was alone. Even the voices were gone. Not silent. Gone. As their last connection with this multiverse was messily clipped. Error fought. Of course he did. He had no other option than to fight and tear at his own body, trying in vain to rip the corrupted codes from him before they could take over. Just like his attempts to destroy the corruption in the AUs, his efforts were in vain. Given strength by the Overwrite, the corruption tore through Error's body like an inferno, burning and warping everything it touched. The pain alone was so great that he could feel his mind eroding. His soft spot for Outertail was gone. His love for Undernovella was gone. His happier memories were gone. What made Era more than the Destroyer was ripped from him with a twist of glitched codes. Still, he struggled. Still, he fought to keep some pieces of himself. But Era was a Destroyer. Destroying was in his nature, and destroying would not save him. His body was little more than a vessel for the corruption to use and slowly consume, because unlike other affected, he could not die so easily. Instead, he was forced into a state that could be barely called life, with every passing second a living hellish nightmare. Era's skull stopped melting, but the damage was done. Almost half of his head was gone, leaving only his eyelight and a bit of his jaw untouched on that side. His mind was so fractured by the pain that he could barely understand that he was hurt. Coherent thought abandoned Era as that agony took control, twisting his instinct for destruction into an obsession. It combined with the voice's final plea and his last chance for salvation and produced the worst kind of conclusion. Find the protector of creation. Destroy worlds and he will appear to save me. Desperate, he called out for help. There is no one to hear him. Era gave a final, choking cry and succumbed. Ruh-roh, Raggy. That's not good.
Wow.
Well.
Wow.
I was very rusty, but
We got through it. You got through it.
I got through it. I did what I had. I did what I could.
Take this. Oh. It's my turn.
It's your turn.
My turn.
What a silly chapter that was. I agree.
How enjoyable, right?
That was so cutesy and so much fun.
Okay.
His soul is in his eyes. Literally, mods, kill that guy.
Are you reading?
Yeah, I am.
That's funny. There's a lot of coping with humor in this chapter.
That's so cute and kawaii. I almost choked on my chips.
Yeah.
That's so cute and kawaii.
So
His crush is watching all of this. Not everything about Nightmare in this situation when he's got nothing to do here. Okay, gay ass, go home. Taylor. I looked at my phone with disappointment. Oh my god, that's so funny. He's always thinking about him. It never leaves his mind.
For real. We're on chapter. Ooh, already starting. We're already on chapter 22.
Oh, I didn't mean to like command you. That was me clearing my throat. Sorry. I
No.
was like, get to it.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Leave me alone. I can say fro however I want. Fro.
I know, I get the intense desire to animate it like Underverse every time I read this fic. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. How many chapters are we reading tonight? Hopefully 4, but as you can tell, I'm already losing my voice and I'm very rusty.
Get it back. Just catch it.
Just run for it. Just go after it.
Easy.
So, if that helps. Such a good read, Rosa. Thank you. I struggled a lot. That was very, difficult.
Ah, my bones. Hold on, I have to stretch. I've been like hunched over this whole time while eating my chips.
Ew.
Listen, I was like so like into the chapter.
Da, 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 da.
Okay, chapter 22.
Oh my god, TikTok's gone! It's officially gone. You can't open it anymore.
What? You're lying.
I'm not lying. It's officially
You're
gone.
so
You try to
funny.
open it up and it gives you that warning. Sorry, TikTok
Oh
isn't
my
available right now.
god!
It's gone. It's gone.
What? Wait, I didn't even get to- wait, I was gonna repost something.
It's gone.
Oh no. Oh wow.
Here, wait. Alright.
I forgot to take a screenshot of my.
That's why I did it like a week in advance, dummy.
Well, I wanted to take a screenshot of my thing, my profile. Oh well.
Wait, I'm gonna.
Somebody else.
Damn it, Skashu's not awake right now. I can't make them go on my account and see stuff. Yeah, TikTok's gone for America.
A final night alive. The earth burns to the ground. Oh Lord, it's
so sad I didn't get to see the goodbye TikToks.
I did. I saw a few. An end of an era. For now, mayhaps. Unless they get it back. It'll be like how they banned Twitter in Brazil, but then gave it back.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping
No
is gonna
way.
happen.
Oh wait, okay. KJ's gonna go check to see if it deletes our content.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, because I just remembered I kind of like just never downloaded my data, because I'm like, if it's gone, it's gone.
I downloaded it. I can't believe like it went down while on stream. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Guys, we're recording history right now.
We literally are recording history while reading Ftfo. My headphones just disconnected. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, my headphones disconnected there.
I need to...
Damn, if I had a nickel every time a vertical video app died, I'd have 2 nickels.
Facts.
Hi, bruh. KJ messaged me on TikTok and said, "Hi, bruh. Reply." It was a what if you gave someone access to your account to post your art? I did. I said, I'm already ahead of the game.
Rose is lucky and
Barnacle literally revived herself to, I think, my roommates. I can't tell if my roommates are mourning. Should I put in the roommate chat, say RIP?
Yes. In the arms.
Oh my god, my friend just sent it to me. I'm putting this in the roommate chat.
That's funny.
RIP.
I thought it was going at like midnight.
No.
Oh, well.
RIP. No.
Oh well.
At least I got snow tonight.
You got snow and then TikTok got banned. We're fortunate.
There goes our streak. I've killed it so many times. My roommate replied to it with an emoji. RIP.
King woke.
I'm gonna say end of a era.
No, you should not snort cinnamon.
Yeah, probably not.
Please do not. Honestly, you shouldn't be just consuming straight cinnamon.
I can't believe this happened while on live, dude.
Let me see. Let me put on my cheapie again. I don't think it'll work.
Bro, the pin woke Barna. What is this GIF? Why did he send this? Go look at the GIF that KJ just sent, dude. What the fuck is that?
Horse?
The horse, yes.
It's kind of silly. Low key, I'm gonna favorite this. No, I don't want to.
I favored it too. Guys, remember to break the law and use VPNs, of course.
Let's see, where should I...
Guys, go check to see if my TikTok account's still up and you could still see my posts.
I'm gonna connect to a London VPN. We're British now. Let's see.
That's the engagement bait. Dude, this is insane. The group chat going wild.
Cheapy VPN does not work. Fun fact.
The VPNs aren't gonna work.
Well, yeah, but it's good to try. It's good to try. Or morning TikTok.
Bro. I think my friend, I think Mill has just, stayed on it. So, they don't want to close the app.
It's so smart. Except you can't stay on TikTok forever. You have it open in a browser.
Literally.
Funny.
TikTok? Where did you go?
TikTok.
I'm so... None of my other roommates are responding. I think they're mourning. Dude, I cannot believe it. That's crazy. I'm sending it to my sister. I know she's awake right now. Rip. Because she was like, it's not gonna get banned. Rip, told you.
It's not gonna get banned, guys.
And it got banned.
It's not getting banned.
It's not gonna get banned.
I was a little bit skeptical, not gonna lie. Like, I kept seeing a bunch of random things like, oh, they gave it an extension. Oh, they didn't. Oh, they, actually, the president wants to bring it back. Actually, he can't. Like,
My wife is being very bad. Rah, Creepit is here to see. What's up? Welcome to the stream. We just witnessed TikTok get banned in real life, in real time.
real time. TikTok is over for the US.
We're mourning TikTok. World's smallest violin. My sister said, I'm sad. Like, no other thing, just... That's so sad.
Yeah.
Here, wait, I'm gonna send it to you. It made me, like, laugh out loud. I'm not laughing.
You said LOL.
Yeah. My friend is
You
tweaking
literally just lolled. IRL.
Look at this.
I'm sad. No
I'm
punctuation.
literally.
Just straight.
Me
Yeah.
too, girly.
Hashtag me too. I can't even like talk to my sister about it because she doesn't give a fuck because she's always been on Instagram Reels and I'd be like, girl, you should get TikTok. She's like, I don't want TikTok. I'm like, okay.
I said me too, girly. Hashtag same.
Hashtag same.
She's
Hashtag
probably like crying to my mom right now, being like, it's gone.
for tweaking, sending me 90 messages a second.
You need to have a funeral for TikTok.
I'm fucking dead.
Wait, they didn't ever... Doodler, I know you're watching the stream right now. Can you go see if our accounts are still up? Because KJ never fucking answered.
Yeah, KJ just... hates us. He hates us. Me arms of an angel.
Go check and then tell in Discord.
I don't actually know the lyrics to this song. I don't think I've actually listened to this song.
My sister's response is making me, like, cry laugh.
He went bye-bye.
Guys, we're gonna have dopamine. Like, what's it called? Withdrawals. Actually.
Crash?
Yeah.
Withdrawals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so tragic.
I'm just gonna
Anyways,
scroll
you guys
through-
should subscribe to my YouTube. I'm gonna be reposting all of my TikToks onto this account. And so you won't miss a thing.
Oh, I just got flashbacks. The like. Smash subscribe.
Smash subscribe. Click that subscribe button.
YouTube actually is doing a glitch.
YouTube is actually glitching out right now. Pinterest will rise.
Pinterest sucks, not gonna lie. Like recently, I've been going on Pinterest and it's just like it doesn't show me what I want to see. It makes me mad. Low-key.
It's so
Everybody
funny because I would hear my roommate like laugh to like TikToks late at night, and now she can't do that anymore.
She's gonna have to go to Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts.
Yep.
Yep. Interesting. Okay,
Kind of
so
is-
it doesn't mess with your accounts. It's gonna be like, you know how on Facebook people will die, but their accounts aren't deleted?
Oh my god,
It's gonna be
Beetle!
like that. It's just gonna be a graveyard of
Should we just-
America.
Should we continue reading and just continue on with
Yes.
our life?
Yeah, we can. Our whole purpose is to be reading, and we're mourning TikTok right now. TikTok got banned, guys. Lyle. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Let me open up my. Oh goodness. Okay, we're on chapter 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. A glitch in the codes. White. White sky, white ground, white horizon, white everywhere. unending, broken only when he shut his eye sockets and saw black. There were no other colors but that black and white. No other and nothing at all. There was pressure on his face that he could not touch with his fingertips and identify because his arms were limp at his sides. He could not move them. He stood in place like a statue, silent, colorless, lifeless, alone. He was alone. The others were gone. The sketches that always stood before him were absent. Where did they go? Did they leave him too? Where was his brother? Nightmare killed my brother. The pressure gathered in his throat and his eye sockets, but although tears leaked down his cheeks, no sound escaped his throat. There was no one to hear him, no one and nothing. Had he imagined it? All of it? All of his existence with Nightmare's gang? Could he imagine such a beautiful life with friends who cared about him, a thriving existence, and colors he had never seen? He did not want to see anything anymore. He did not want the white. He lifted his hands to his eye sockets and his gloved hand, black glove, hit something before it could touch his face. On his arm, he saw brown. His arm was covered by brown and was not exposed by white bone. The white bone was covered by the brown. The brown. You knew the word. The word was brown covers? No. Brown sleeves. He grabbed his sleeve and felt fabric. He felt the brown sleeve. The fabric was real. His coat was real. A mask was on his face, black with detailed accents of bronze and brass. The mask was hard. He felt it, too. It, too, was real. He pulled up his sleeve just a little, and then the black sleeve below that. Underneath, he saw bits of black binary codes on his bones. He felt the connection to them. I can get out of here. Ink took a shuddering breath. The air was not completely dull like back there. There was a sensation to it. Codes? Glitches? Right, the anti-void. Error. I have to save Cross. Everything was blinding white. It was not back there. Save Cross. Ink removed his mask and attached it to his belt. If Error wanted him, showing his face might save his life. Or end it sooner. Though Ink doubted that Error would kill him right away, Error wanted him dead and dust. If Error wanted him dead and dust, he would have killed him in a nightmarish negative tale. Unless he was a sadist and wanted to draw it out. Ink decided to stop that line of thought because he knew that if he kept going along, he'd start wondering what state he'd find Cross in. Oh my god, I'm getting so many pings from different Discord servers.
They need to leave us alone. We're reading Ftfo live on stream right now.
No.
Mute Discord. We're focused. We're hyper-focused. I already muted it.
Oh my days.
Oh my days. Shut up. We're busy right now.
I'm literally reading for the Forgotten Ones right now.
Like, get off my back. Let me do my live.
Yeah. Okay. He'd start wondering what state he'd read Cross in. He stepped forward and the sole of his foot was covered by the sole of his boots. He held on to the sleeves of his brown coat and tapped the brass clock on the back of his black glove, which wasn't moving anymore, and patted the black pockets on his belt. The coat felt softer, the clock hard, the belt just a little textured. Different materials, different sensations, different colors, all real. Find Error, save Cross. So much white. Ink tugged at the brown bracelet around his wrist. Horror must be frantic. Ink would have to apologize to him after Cross was saved. Focus. Find Error. Save Cross. You're not alone in here. Ink turned to the left and walked. It took him a moment to understand his choice of direction, but he soon realized he could sense the fragmented codes of the anti-void. Like the one who lived within them, they were glitched and angry, but while they felt like static charged on Ink's clothes, soft fabric, soft boots, textured material, brown and black and brass and green, they did not hurt. As a result, Error's codes were like a beacon in Ink's senses. While the ambience of the anti-void hummed and buzzed, Error's presence screamed. Ink could feel the wrongness of Error's magic and codes churning and frothing like a violent force of nature, barely contained within the confines of his bones. Ink had no doubt that Error knew he was coming. This was the Destroyer's domain. But Ink had no intention of hiding. His strides quickened, growing longer as he focused on Error, because even if it was the Destroyer, his presence meant someone else was there. Ink knew he was getting closer as odd sensations tingled in whatever sense allowed him to track the codes of Error's magic. Images of blue strings flashed through his mind, but rather than frighten him, they soothed him. Blue meant color, even if it was accompanied by red blood and off-white dust. Air did not charge towards him from a distance or teleport over. He had waited patiently, so he'd wait just a little longer, just a little longer. Ink could only hope that patience was given to Cross as well. Ink could not sense him. He could not get a clear picture of the web of strings. He could just begin to see in the distance. Please let Cross be alive. He was. Ink kept his gaze at ground level where Air was waiting, and did not look up at Cross. He could see Cross hanging from strings, supported by wrappings around his arms, waist, and legs, but he did not react as Ink approached. Ink's attempts to scan him came back with a confused jumble as the strings wrapped around Cross interfered. All Ink could tell was that Cross was unconscious. He kept his gaze away from Cross and focused only on the dark skeleton that patiently waited below his prisoner. Air did not blink as he watched Ink approach. His eyelights glowed from beneath the shadows of his hood, his broken skull covered by dirty blue fabric. There was no smile on his face this time, no glee, no serenity. He simply stared like he had been turned into stone. He showed no signs of life except for his eyelights, which glowed so brightly they almost looked poisonous. As Ink halted 15 feet from Air, a trickle of blood dripped down his left cheek like a tear. Cross still did not react to Ink's presence. He was limp and silent as his bloody body hung above Air, missing part of his guard outfit with only the black undershirt and the lower half remaining. His head was lolled forward, looking bare without his usual fluffy hood by his shoulders or shielding part of his face. Ink could tell he was unconscious. He hoped he was unconscious. He was not dead. But could he be fallen down? No, don't think that. I'm here, Air, Ink said quietly. His voice did not reach far.
I love this part!
Yeah? The air of the anti-void seemed to snatch it up, devouring the noise as though to keep it contained and leaving a preemptive? Am I saying it right? Yes. Preemptive silence. Air heard Ink, though. His head tilted just a little to the left, and his hood fell inward too far, revealing the concave space where the part of his skull should be. Ink. Ink repressed a shiver at the sound of that voice. It was deep and distorted, but eerily gentle, like the sound of a predator soothing its prey before sleep before it made its killing blow. Ink's fingers brushed the smooth edges of the details on the owl mask attached to his belt. He gasped shakily. He gulped a shaky breath. If Air wanted him dead, he would have attacked already, and both Ink and Cross would be dust like the piles that filled all the other puppets hanging above them. Ink forced himself not to look at them too closely because he knew. Sorry, I lost where I was.
Your audio cut out. I was scared.
Hello? No, I just stopped speaking because I literally lost where I was. Ink forced himself not to look at them too closely because he knew that he would be able to identify them and their words on sight. He did not want thousands more charred on his bones. More charred marks on his bones. I'm here, Ink repeated steadily. What do you need me for? He did not mention Cross or ask why Air had taken him. He did not want to draw Air's attention to the unconscious sands hanging above him. It wasn't that difficult. Air stared at Ink like he was trying to trap him with his gaze alone, the intense sharpness of his eyelights so far from the dissonant madness he'd shown in the nightmarish negative tale. Slowly, a smile stretched across his face, causing another crack to appear on his lower jaw. Strings wrapped around Ink's leg and pulled him to the ground. Before he could do more than a flinch, they twisted up his body and arms so his hands were bound in front of him. Air flicked his hand like a puppeteer and Ink was forced into a kneeling position, held there by the strings. His thoughts flashed to his near death at the hands of Hortel Undine, and a soft panic gasp escaped him. Ink's black magic reacted to his distress, crawling from the fingertips of his gloves as it shifted into chains, but Air snarled and raised his hand, shoving it down. Rather than target Ink, Cross fell, landing limply beside the destroyer. The message was clear. Ink froze and let the black magic melt away. Air watched it evaporate, his furious expression melting into a fair smile once again. He dragged Ink over to him with strings attached to his fingers simultaneously, hoisting Cross up just enough that he looked like he was sitting down. His skull remained slumped to the side, giving him the look of a broken marionette on strings. Marionette? Sorry.
CapCut's
Okay.
gone!
In the daytime,
CapCut!
I'm Marinette.
Stop. CapCut's... Cat? Oh my god.
Huh?
CapCut's gone.
Yeah, because isn't CapCuts attached to TikTok?
Yeah, but no one was talking about it. Uh-oh.
I figured that it would be gone.
I don't know what I'm gonna
With
do to make videos.
not use CapCut.
I don't...
Ask Noel. Noel hates CapCut.
Oh
So
no.
they probably know something else you can edit with. Where was I?
R.I.P.
Marinette on strings, but Ink could see his chest moving. That and his soul, which remained wrapped in blue. Era crouched down in front of Ink and squinted at him. Ink felt the tug of a check, but unlike the others, it felt less like a slight pull and more like something inside him had been grabbed onto and violently yanked forward. The check bypassed the safety features he'd placed on his ARC outfit so easily they might as well have not existed. Name, Ink. Nicknames, Shield, ARC, Arcana. Original universe, blank tail, data unavailable, illegible. Role, medic, healer, creator of protection, protector of creation. Data illegible, height 3.8 feet, shorty. Data inaccessible, abilities, green magic, black magic codes, data inaccessible, check. More important than he accepts. A dedicated healer, just had his trust in others turned to dust. Still wants to help you. The noise Era made sounded more like a malfunctioning machine than a skeleton monster. Ink recoiled, teeth clenched in pain as the grinding, deafening noise assaulted his senses. The tug came again, so violent this time that he physically lurched forward, kept in place only by the strings wrapped around him. Again, his check showed. Ink, universe blank tail, medic healer, 3-foot, shorty, green magic, black magic. Check, more important than he accepts, a dedicated healer, just had his trust in others turned to dust, still wants to help you. If Era was still irritated by the continued lack of information, he did not show it again. His strings slid around Ink's ribcage as he felt another insistent tug. A familiar, faint glow appeared in front of Ink's sternum, and despite himself, he cried out in fear. Ink yanked his arms up, trying in vain to stop the strings from wrapping around his soul. He pulled desperately at the strings, even snapping a few, but soon his hands were yanked away. He kept fighting against the bindings on his wrists, even hunching over in his attempt to reach his soul. Era watched him, at first completely apathetic. Then, without warning, he jolted forward. The abrupt shift in mood startled Ink enough that he stopped struggling. The last thing he expected was for Era to grab his hands. Era held onto them tightly, eye sockets wide, as he stared at Ink's soul. The cracks, gouges, and scars were clearly visible. His soul still resembles white pottery, but one that had been broken and pieced back together with chunks forever lost. As it was, it almost looked like Era's strings were holding it together. Ink blinked down at the hands holding onto his wrists and thought of how he met Nightmare. Thinking of Nightmare made him think of the gang and what they said in the office before Ink first went to Aftertail Neutral. Ink hesitantly met the wide-eyed gaze of the Destroyer. Era was eerily serene once more as he kept staring. Ink wished he would at least blink. Ink uncomfortably cleared his throat. I wasn't going to tear it apart. Era closed his eye sockets. At least he closed his remaining eye socket, while the highlight on the right side of his face simply went out. He was so close that Ink could feel the glitches crawling all over him, the corruption snarling and spitting like it wished it could melt Ink's bones. To Ink's surprise, the strings around his forearms broke apart. Era wrapped his hands around Ink's and lifted them. Puzzled, Ink let Era adjust his hold until strings wrapped around their fingers, binding them so it looked like the backs of Ink's were against the front of Era's. His pinkies by Era's thumbs. Ink identified the claw-like position his fingers were forced into, and his brief hope that Era did not mean him harm fizzled out and died. Wait, don't! Ink thrashed in Era's hold, trying to force him away with shoves and his chains, but Era was not deterred. His string created a web to stall Ink's chains as he calmly guided Ink's fingers into the gouges of his soul, carefully matching each one like he was putting together a difficult puzzle, one he would soon tear apart. Ink's chains sliced through the strings on his left hand as he shoved at Era's chest, only for his vision to white out. He only realized his mistake when Era's movement forced Ink's bound right hand to pull at his soul. His vision blanked out again, turning the strings white as Ink nearly passed out then and there. Ink shoved at Air, slicing through the strings as quickly as possible as they contained him, because if he was focused on keeping Ink in place, he would not be focused on his soul. Cross was limp and unaware, but Ink could hear a mental construct of him shouting for Ink to attack. Ink could not make himself do it. With the ease of a parent snatching a misbehaving child, Air grabbed Ink's free hand and wrapped it together with his own again, before puppeteering it back into its previous position. Air was not going to tear Ink's soul apart with strings. He was going to force him to finish what he started back there. The peaceful serenity had fallen over Air again as he forced Ink's hand back into place. It was as false as the corruption in his codes, writhing and twisting in Ink's sight, in a way that could only be described as glee. Just like that, Ink knew that Air would not do this. Like Nightmare, the corruption whispered in his ear, telling him he was doing what was right. Maybe Air was right. Maybe the multiverse was right. Maybe the instinct that Ink had to let his soul be destroyed was the correct path. Maybe it needed to happen. The stinging pain became an agony so sharp it felt like Ink had been stabbed. If he stopped struggling, it would be over quicker. The pain would be over. Maybe he should let it happen. Maybe it would be better if he was gone and it would give someone else a chance to be a real protector like Prism. Except, don't let him take your soul. Ink's vision blurred from pain or tears. He could not say. He lurched forward, shuddering as Air's corruption writhed over him and forced magic from between the bones of his wrist. The magic slashed through the strings, covering Ink's wrists and hands up to where his fingers were. The force of the magic made something in Ink's left wrist pop. The pressure did not hurt nearly as much as his soul, but Ink kept his fingers still, forcibly dissociating from reality. He detected an obstruction in a wound. Surgical precision was required during removal. At the same time as he made his analysis, the snakes on Ink's left sleeve came to life, lashing out as they coiled around Air's arms. Air screeched, but the snakes kept his arms locked in place, their tails splitting and coiling around Air's fingers as his hands were carefully extracted from Ink. It was like when Ark helped extract Flowey's vines from Dream. Ink thought distantly. Though Flowey had not been able to pierce Dream's soul. Somehow, Ink's hands remained steady as the snakes of magic dragged Air back. With that danger out of the way, he slowly pulled each finger from the gouges in his soul, one by one. It was easier thought than done. He could feel the scars burning like his phalanges were made of fire, and each brush sent a jolt of pain through his entire body. By the time Ink was done, black shadows crept into the edges of his vision. But if he passed out, he might not wake up again. His soul was in an even worse state. The gouges from his fingers were even deeper. It looked like the crack from Undyne's spear was wider. Ink hunched over, breathing sharply as pain radiated from his soul. He felt a twinge and looked up to see Air had torn through one of the black snakes. The other one slithered off of the destroyer and slept back up Ink's leg, curling around his arm again. It sank back into the fabric, losing its three-dimensional form as it hissed. Rather than sound threatening, it sounded strangely soothing. Air rose up, and any signs of his previous clarity were gone. Strings rose around him like writhing vipers, and Ink's chains reacted, staying close to him as they prepared to defend. Ink forced himself onto his feet and made his soul vanish from sight. Air made another deafening noise, but this time Ink did not flinch as the destroyer advanced towards him. It was enough to give Ink a few precious moments to catch his breath and find his voice. Air, stop! Ink streamed.
He streamed!
Oh,
he went on Twitch!
Oh my god. Screamed.
Hey, chat!
This won't help save you. Air stopped moving. He swayed from side to side, head lolling over to his shoulder like his neck could no longer support it. Ooh. Then he lurched forward, string snapping inward to close around Ink. But he was ready this time. Ink's chains shifted form, solidifying into a shield that curved around him like a quarter sphere guarding his back. Every attempt to grab him was batted away or sliced to pieces.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I just heard someone scream down the hall of my dorm.
They opened TikTok.
Like, genuine, like, distress. I'm witnessing a bunch of college students literally start, like, screaming in the hallway and running around telling their friends. Like, this is actually crazy. Anyways, sorry, continue. I just needed to let that you know.
No, you're fine.
Just heard someone in genuine distress.
Ink's chained and Air vanished from in front of him, but Ink sensed the distortion of his shortcut. His shield shifted with his will, blocking air and redirecting his lunge so he was shoved aside. With that single block, Ink knew he had gotten through to air. If air wanted, he could break right through the shield, trap Ink in his strings, and destroy his soul. Ink refused to let air hurt him, and air did not want to hurt him. The corruption just convinced him that he had to. Stop, error, Ink repeated, steadier this time. You are in control. Don't do what the corruption wants. Alt. Error halted in place. Unlike last time, he did not lunge for Ink. Without warning, Error clutched at the place his eye socket used to be, his hands lingering over the space, but there was not much left there. Deep down, he remembered what caused it. The corruption might try to trick him, but Error truly did not want to hurt Ink. Somewhere deep inside, he knew that Ink could help him. He knew... Oh, I already read that sentence. He knew that Ink could help him. This could be worked with. Ink could do some of this, hopefully. Ink kept his eyelights on Error. He slowly raised his hands. Let's try this again. Are you hurt? You're hurt. Huh. Let's try this again. You're hurt. Would you let me try to help you? Error's visible eyelights rotated towards Ink. It shimmered and glitched, form wavering like it was about to fall apart. He lowered his hands. Help. Error pleaded raggedly. I will, Ink promised. He strode forward with purpose, not faltering when Error hissed. Ink's confidence wasn't a facade, but it certainly wasn't as strong as he tried to make it. His aching soul pulsed a frantic tempo in his ribcage, and his breathing seemed loud in his head. Behind Error, Cross was still limp and unresponsive, but Ink's scan still could find no injuries to blame for his condition. Ink pushed down his fear and halted within reach of Error, who stared down at him with burning eyelights that seemed to glow from beneath the shadow of his hood. Error was not as tall as Nightmare, and definitely not nearly as tall as Horror. Standing so close, Ink realized that Error was a little shorter than Cross. Regardless, Error still loomed over Ink. It was his presence that was overwhelming, as though a deadly storm stood in front of Ink instead of a skeleton monster. Error's glitches extended past his body, cloaking it like an electric field. Ink could not repress a shiver as the wrongness of Error's corrupted codes and magic washed over him. He did not ask to see Error's check. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that any attempts to view Error's data would cause a backlash so violent it would knock the viewer out. Ink hesitantly extended a hand. May I? Beep. Sorry. To his surprise, Error did not back away or instinctively lash out like he feared. Instead, he grasped Ink's hand and held it to the damaged side of his skull. Error was so close that all Ink could sense was his codes and his corruption. It surrounded Ink, blinding him to everything else as he focused purely on the damage he wanted to heal. Ink tried not to show his dismay. Error's codes and the corruption were not a tangled bar of yarn. Instead, the corruption had been threaded through his codes, passing into them like they had been sewn together. Blue and red seemed to merge, giving many of the glitches an eerie purple tint. Ink knew without needing to be told that Error's corruption was beyond his current abilities. Ink gently pulled his hand free of Error's before he could speak. Error growled. His hand curled into a claw-like form in front of Ink's sternum. Ink did not appreciate the attempt at intimidation. He pulled Error's hand away. You do not need to threaten me to make me help you. I just want to explain that I'm going to try, okay? Error's feature did an odd series of expression, like he was experiencing an emotion that he did not remember how to show. Was that shame? Huh. Ink managed to give a reassuring smile, like his patient was simply a nervous skeleton monster and not the destroyer
Whoa,
himself.
girl! Calm down, Error!
Settle down!
This
Settle
isn't
down!
you! Calm down, girl! You're such an adventure horse, aren't you?
Whoa.
I can't be tamed either. People don't understand me either.
They don't understand.
I had to say it out loud because chat was confused why I just randomly said it in chat. Guys, Error is just a horse that Ink has to calm down in like those horse girl movies.
Whoa, girl.
Whoa, girl. Slow down.
Everything's gonna be okay.
I can't
Sun's
get
getting
controlled
low.
either. People don't understand me either. I get you.
Gosh, we're gonna be quoting TikToks from fucking 2024. For years. Oh god. Anyway, Ink managed to give a reassuring smile, like his patient was simply a nervous skeleton monster and not the destroyer himself. Thinking about him in mundane terms like that helped Ink calm down, and he felt himself shift into a more serene state of mind. I'm going to see what I can do. Ink explained more before attempting anything further. I've healed others before, but not to the same extent, so I'm not sure what to expect. I'm certain the corruption will fight my magic, though, and that might hurt. And he readied himself in case he needed to raise a shield or dodge any attack. I won't be able to heal you completely right now. Era remained passive despite the news. He understood. He did not speak, but his gaze was clearer than it had ever been before as he focused on Ink. It only reinforced Ink's belief that he truly did seek Ink out so he can help. Ink was not good enough to be like Prism, but he still had to try. Ink's magic flowed out from the open tips of his gloves, shimmering in his hands as it shifted from black to green. This is my healing magic. It should be a neutral temperature and will feel more like a liquid than weightless light. While it is in contact with you, I can try to sync my magic to yours. This should help with the repairing process. Is that okay? Ink did not hesitate to nod. Help. I will, Ink reminded him. Ink reached up and placed his hands on Air's jaw, right near the edge of the missing part of his skull. A few glitches flared up in the area, but Air did not pull away. He stared at Ink, fascinated, and Ink belatedly wondered if the Destroyer had a similar problem with touch that Nightmare had. Perhaps, perhaps not. Either way, it was likely he had not been in contact with someone in a way that wasn't fighting since he was corrupted. Ink would not be able to heal him completely now. He knew it. He accepted it, because denying it would not help him or Air. He could not help as much as he was capable. He could make Air hurt just a little less. Ink felt a warmth in his eye sockets that signaled that his eyelights were glowing with green magic. There was so much. Too much. Ink gathered himself before his attention could try to go into too many directions and attempt to repair all of the thousands of pieces of code that were woven through Air. If he tried to heal everything, he would accomplish nothing. Following his instincts, Ink focused on the sections that linked to memory and the body, specifically the skull. Corruption was not just a physical ailment. Like a virus that targeted the brain, this corruption targeted the mind, eating away at the host's will until they succumbed. Ink would not begin to imagine the pain that Air went through all this time. No wonder he...
Hello? Beetle.
No! How far? What was the last thing I said?
He could not imagine the pain.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I made sure to yell at you before it went too far.
Thank you. Where am I? La 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 la. La 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 la. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Ink could not begin to imagine the pain that Air went through all this time. No wonder he snapped and began killing and hunting on pure instinct alone. He tried not to worry what...
It happened again.
Sorry. No, it didn't. My mom will just text me. He tried not to worry about what Air's actual personality might be like without the corruption's influence. Corruption or not, he was still a destroyer. But, just like the gang in Nightmare, that did not mean he was evil. Ink hoped he got the chance to understand Air's own motives. He hoped that Air was content to let Ink help and not... He hoped that Air was content to let Ink help and would not be possessive like Nightmare. I'm helping another of Boss's sworn enemies, and disobeying his orders not to heal anyone outside the gang. Air captured Cross. He hurt him. I'm healing a destroyer that hurt my friends and has slaughtered millions. Ink purposely ignored those thoughts to prevent any emotions from interfering with his words, and focused solely on his current task. Slowly, a bit of Air's mandible and zygomatic arch. Did I say that right? Oh my god. Zygomatic arch began to mend. Just tucked my hair behind my ear.
I'm so proud of you.
So slowly. Less than a quarter of a millimeter, I can't say millimeter though, millimeter of Air's bones had been restored after a full minute and a half. Ink knew it had been over a minute because he counted in his head, as the clocks on his glove remained non-functional in the antivoid. He remained patient and calm, Thankfully, so did Air. He had been hurt a long time, but now he had found the help he desperately sought. He could afford to wait a little longer. Ink did not know how long they stood there, but he gradually became aware of a shift in his own body. The dull ache in his soul became something sharper, and pain bloomed in his bones like thousands of small knives had manifested inside of them. A small shake began in Ink's hand, but he maintained control. Without warning, a snapping sensation tore through his ribcage, and he gasped. His hand fell down from Air's skull. Ink curled in on himself as his legs gave out from beneath him. He landed gracelessly, still hunched over and leaning slightly to the side as he pressed his hands to his sternum. Ink stared down at him blankly, likely confused why and how Ink had ended up on the floor. He was at a complete loss as Ink curled in on himself with a low, pained hiss, as if he did not remember what to do or how to react. Maybe he didn't remember, because the corruption had no need to comfort another. Until he did. Ink saw a flash of clarity in his mismatched sockets. Air backed up a few steps and slowly directed a few strings at Ink. They slid under Ink's back and carefully pushed him into a more upright position, weaving together like a strange miniature sling. I'm
I
sorry, my
love
heart.
them!
Air kept Eric kept his distance, but Ink could see he was stopping himself from moving towards Ink. He desperately wanted the healing session to continue. They both did. But if Ink pushed himself more, something might break. I'm fine, Ink tried to claim anyway. He wiped at his brow and was unsurprised to feel he was cold and shaking. Okay, maybe not so fine. Ow. He felt like his bones were about to crack under intense pressure. His soul felt just as bad. Sparing Air only an anxious glance, Ink tentatively summoned his soul. It looked the same, but the cracks burned, like each one was a nerve ending that had been sanded at until they were exposed, and then were set on fire. Damn! Air
Ow.
did not try to tear apart. That sounds so painful. Air did not try to tear apart his soul again. Instead, he kept his distance and frowned at Ink. Most of his mandible and zygomatic arch had been repaired. The hole in his skull wasn't anywhere close to being closed, but although the tangle of codes in his skull were still horribly warped, more of the bits that were Air's own were visible. It wasn't enough. It was not nearly enough. Usually codes came instinctively to Ink, but Air's corruption was too complex. Looking at the unhealed wounds, left Ink agitated and distraught, the sensation of his failure becoming worse and worse as the bright white surroundings of the antivoid burned itself into his eye sockets. Tears of frustration gathered in the corners of Ink's eye sockets. I'm not skilled enough to heal you right now. The codes are so confusing and glitched, I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what else I need to do. Air's skull twitched to the side. The motion was shuddering and unnatural as he glitched, static and distorted codes shimmering over his head. He made a painful noise that made Ink's vision swim. Ink remained still, barely daring to breathe, but Air did not lash out. He crouched down and pulled his hood up again, clutching at his skull. Ink spared a moment to look at Cross, who still wasn't awake, before refocusing on Air. After a moment, he sat beside him, keeping a comfortable distance between them. Ink could not bear to look at him anymore, so he hid his face in his knees. I'm sorry I'm not the all-powerful protector you were hoping for, he whispered. Ink heard a distinct crackling noise as Air moved. He lifted his head a little to see a single yellow eye light peering at him from beneath the blue hood. Ink could not predict what he would do now that Ink failed him. Would he accept it? Hope for better results in the future? Or would he mindlessly attack again? Just behind Air, Cross got up. Ink raised his hands in a halting motion, praying that Cross would see it and understand that he was not in danger. His hope was short-lived as Cross turned towards them, and Ink saw a splash of color where there should be white. On instinct, Ink threw up a shield behind Air. A purple knife impaled itself into the shield, barely missing Air's skull. The fragile calm shattered as Air glitched to a standing position, face contorted with rage as the madness returned to his eyelights. He was not the only one who was wrong. Cross's smile was jagged and sharp as he summoned a Gaster Blaster. The attack and his eyelights were both of vibrant, glowing purple. Ink had mere milliseconds to react. If he didn't, one of them would fall. Cross to death, or Air to complete consumption of his codes. Either way, Air would kill Cross if Ink did not act now. Ink did the only thing he could think of, and sent a wall of black magic between them as chains wrapped around their middles and yanked them away from each other. His vision swayed and he nearly collapsed, dry heaving as he felt an uncomfortable pull behind his sternum again. Sternum. Ink's mind flashed back to Cross's report on his condition after Horrortail. He feared he may have pushed himself too far again. How was he going to stop Air and Cross from killing each other if he could barely defend himself in the glitch-corrupted hell that was the Anti-Void? The Anti-Void was full of glitches. It may be the worst place to try to rid Air of his corruption. Ink understood one of the many mistakes he had made, but it was too late for him to tell Air. Glitching blasters roared to life at... Oh. Glitching, oh.
Witching?
Glitching blasters. Glitching black blasters roared to life, pointing at Cross, but Ink lunged for him, blocking the blast with another desperate shield. The blaster immediately stopped firing upon him, but Ink was already hunched over, eye sockets huge and mouth open in a silent gasp as his vision darkened. A hand latched onto the back of Ink's coat, but he twisted free. Purple bone attacks shot at him, but he dodged, preventing from surrounding him and caging him in. Cross's smile remained wide and jagged, his eyelights burning like purple flames. Why had the activation codes triggered again? Was it the Anti-Void's atmosphere that did it, or had Air done something to himself? Ink was forced to throw another shield up to stop Air, slashing Cross with his strings. In turn, Cross ignored the destroyer completely, focused slowly on Ink. Ink couldn't muffle a quiet stream of frustration as Cross went after him like nothing else mattered. Every movement was fast but unnaturally disjointed, his eyelights glowing a violent purple, like Ink needed more indicators that Cross was not himself. If it was corruption, Ink might be able to do something, but it wasn't, and the codes driving Cross to hunt him remained hidden from his sight. Noting the persistent strain in his bones and soul, Ink physically pulled Cross away from the writhing strings that tried to ensnare them both. Ink felt a dull pain and found himself on the ground. He did not know how he got there, and the ache in his sternum was his only indicator that he hadn't merely collapsed. Cross had pushed him, or maybe punched him. To say that Air did not like that would be an understatement. The only reason Cross did not receive a blaster to the face was because Ink threw himself at him, covering as much of him as he could with his own body. The blaster struck the white ground beside him but left no burn mark. Ink felt Cross move and threw himself back, preventing Cross from grabbing him. Stop! Ink tried to shout, but it came out more of a quiet plea than a demand. Cross, this isn't you. Fight him. I'm sorry. This isn't you. Look at me.
Don't fight! Don't do it! Look at me!
Don't do this!
Look at me, Error!
You
Error,
can
look
fight
at me!
this!
Look into my eyes! I'm imagining him, like, holding out a hand
Yeah.
and, like,
I'm grabbing both sides of his face. This isn't you!
This isn't
Gets
you!
stabbed.
He just holds out a hand to, like, appease him, dude. He's just like, Error, please. Look into my eyes. Control your anger, just like we talked about.
Just breathe. Cross stopped moving, another purple knife gripped in his hand. Ink's hope was brutally crushed before it could form. He watched in horror as Cross raised the knife and slashed at his own face. Ink frantically grabbed Cross's hands and pulled it away from him, stopping him from harming itself further. A twist made his hand go lax and the knife slipped from Cross's fingers. A tearing sound came from behind Ink as the knife fell. With it came the recognition of what that meant. But even that came too late. Ink only had an instinct to react, pushing whatever magic he had left behind him as Cross tackled him. Ink caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a lab before Cross's portal was replaced by a black mirror-like surface. Ink and Cross crashed into the edge of the portal, falling to the ground beside it. The image of the labs reappeared for a second, then vanished again as Ink forced the black portal back into place. Sweat dripped down his brow as his chest felt like it was on fire, but he didn't let up. They needed somewhere for Cross to calm down that Air could not reach. What? Oh! I'm stupid. Was that even possible? I thought that said what, and I was tweaking out. Ink wasn't sure, but he had no choice but to try. Ink's portal fell sideways, wavering like a rippling pond, and cracks appeared in the edges of its surface, glitching violently. Cross did not care as he held on to Ink, rolling so that they fell into a portal. Ink screamed and lashed out with a hand, clinging to the edge of the portal's surface as his other hand clung back to Cross's undershirt. Cross swung limply beneath him, like he had lost consciousness, but his eye sockets were open, revealing they were still purple. Was he unable to move like this? In a strange space that was the portal's weightlessness grasped Ink's body, he still felt a pull as the portal tried to take him and Cross somewhere else. Where, Ink had no idea. He just knew that he did not want to go with Cross, though he... What? He just knew that he did not want to go with Cross, thought he did.
It's a messed up sentence.
Oh, okay.
It's not your
Ink
fault.
needed to help him. He needed someplace safe, where no one could reach them. The portal cracked further. The breakage started at the edges, slowly creeping inward towards Ink's fingers like he was trapped in a shattering mirror. Air appeared above Ink, visage blurred.
Okay, wait.
Visage?
Versace?
Visage? I know it's not that.
I think it's visage. I don't know.
Visage blurred by the.
I'm an English major. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Totally. Peripheral. It was still it was still clear enough for Ink to see the panic on his face. Panic which soon shifted to rage as he spotted Cross in Ink's hold. A bone attack appeared in his hand, and Ink knew that there would be no reasoning with him. He would not care that Cross was not himself. Ink could not help him now. Air! Ink shouted as the destroyer hesitated, looking at him. I'll come back to you, I promise. With that final vow, Ink let himself and Cross fall. This is like the train scene in like some random movie, like where the train is like flying away. I'll come back for you. I'll find you again. I promise.
I'll come back. I swear.
With the final vow, Ink let himself and Cross fall. To his surprise, Air did not try to lunge forward into the portal himself. Instead, he hung back, a panicked look on his face like he was seeing a pool of corrosive acid instead of a portal to another world. By the time his expression twisted with agonized rage, it was too late for him to try to follow them. Air's scream wasn't terrifying this time. It was heartbreaking as the portal shut, and he was once again left alone. Ink clung to Cross as they fell through the cracks between worlds. He did not have the energy to keep them afloat this time, leaving them to plunge between the rippling streams of code. As they fell, Ink felt something tug at Cross while leaving him alone. Like Ink was moving through air while Cross had become stuck in thick mud behind him, mud that was slowly slowing him and only him. The invisible force tried to yank him out of Ink's grip, holding on to Cross with intent of never letting go. Ink was just as stubborn and refused to leave Cross behind. His eye sockets remained open, his eye lights still purple, but his features were blank like he could no longer see. Cross wasn't dangerous. He needed help. He needed to be safe. The purple faded from Cross's eye lights before his eye sockets slid closed. An intense pressure built in Ink's skull and soul with... What? An intense pressure built in Ink's soul, like 1,000 conflicting atmospheres, had gathered around him, all at once. He used his last bit of magical energy to encase his soul in black magic, praying that, like Ink Prism's magic, his own magic could protect it. The straining feeling ceased, but the codes scrolled by faster and faster until they became so blurry they almost looked like streets of gray granite. Without warning, color bloomed into existence in front of Ink. Brown? Ink did not have time to process what he was seeing before he fell into something wet. Almost immediately after, he hit something hard at the bottom of the pool. Cross landed beside him, and Ink barely registered that he was face down in a liquid before he yanked him upward. Cross gave no sign of having inhaled any of the strange, thick liquid they had landed in, remaining limp and unresponsive in Ink's arms. Ink pushed himself up, still holding Cross, and the strange liquid sloshed around his knees. He immediately searched the horizon for the land that must be somewhere nearby. Instead, he saw a golden sky. In the sky were millions of floating objects, tattered pages and buckets filled with rainbows of colors hung around him. Colors overflowed from the tops of the buckets, or dripped from holes in their sides or bottoms, and Ink realized the liquid was paint. It fell down in drops, streams, and gushes as some of the buckets overturned or were emptied, fading away once their contents were slowly or violently expunged. With nowhere to go, an ocean of paint had emerged into a crude round color that ink stood in. The pages were not faring much better. Many were a dirty yellow or brown color, their edges tattered and pieces missing, chunks of them floating down as they slowly shredded from disrepair, dissolving in the ocean of paint. Other pages cracked like they were made of pottery instead of paper, abruptly crumbling without warning. Each crack and obliteration made Ink flinch as his bones burned. His soul felt heavy in his chest, but the squeezing sensation was not due to strain this time. He knew what he was seeing. He knew what he had found. Despite the disrepair, ruin, and worlds wasting away, the sky remained a soothing, hopeful gold. I'm in the doodle sphere. This is the doodle sphere. I found it. I found it. Ink's fear diminished as he stared up at the papers and buckets that serenely floated in the golden sky. He realized his bones were tingling until he felt a tingling sensation on his neck. Ink hefted cross up a little and reached up to pull at the collar of his brown coat with his hand.
Damn, he's strong as fuck, dude.
Yeah,
Lifting up a
wait,
grown-ass man and his
He
tiny,
just
tiny
hauled-
body. Just literally hold him up like, yeah, no problem. Let me just lift him up. Strong
Is he doing
ass
this
dude.
with one arm as well?
Probably, knowing Ink.
That's crazy. He's like Spider-Man.
He's strong.
To his dismay, he did not need to move the fabric in order to know the black marks had crawled up his neck. A check of his wrist showed the marks had gone down his forearms too, nearly to his wrist, and Ink knew that his legs would be in a similar state. There were too many codes for him to count, and he knew the windows around him were the source. Windows? Yes, windows. The descriptor sounded like the perfect term for the papers and buckets. They were direct paths into every one of the AUs in the multiverse, allowing direct entrance from its core. That was what the Doodle Sphere was, a core, an access point to all of the greater universe. Core? Oh my god, core?
Oh my god, Core Frisk!
Core Frisk? Oh! He could not contain his excitement that he had found the Doodle Sphere like Prism said, even if it was a mess. And so many AUs were broken. This multiverse was broken. It was glitched and corrupted like air, becoming worse by the day. Alternate universes obliterated before Ink's eyes, their windows ripping and crumbling too quickly for him to even try to prevent it. He wasn't strong enough. He could not help Error or Nightmare or Cross. He was supposed to be a protector, but he wasn't good enough. He wasn't enough. A fog settled in Ink's mind as he absently set Cross down so he was face up in the murky brown ocean of discarded paint. It sloshed around Ink's leg as his stick end crossed, but found only most minor of injuries. Only once that was done did his gaze slowly lower. Some distant, quiet part of his mind wondered it when he had summoned his soul. It was damaged and scarred, almost looking as if it was being held together by the gleaming line of golden binary code. That was now wrapped around it. It should not be there. He should not be here like this. Ink reached for his soul, fingers curling inward. I need to. Hands wrapped around Ink's wrist. They were not crosses, nor were they made of bone. Some of the murky brown paint had risen up from the ocean, taking a familiar scarf-wearing form. Despite the lack
That's
of details...
so fucking scary, though. Imagine that, just like, you just had one of the most traumatizing experiences of your life, and you're just like, something like grabs your hand in this like weird ass area, and you're just like, you look down and it's literal paint. Dude.
in the shape of a person.
I would freak out, dude. I would freak out. Ink's better than me.
A person that's shaped like you, especially.
Yeah.
Despite the lack of details on the shape, it was obvious that Prism's eye sockets were huge with alarm as his painted form hung onto Ink's wrist. He pulled Ink's fingers away from his soul, latching onto both of his wrists with one hand, and firmly shook his head. Prism made a pushing motion with his free hand, and Ink's soul settled back in his ribcage. He quickly grabbed onto Ink with both hands again, firmly intertwining their fingers this time as he kept Ink from reaching inward again. Prism did not say anything, but he didn't need to. Don't let them take your soul. It was like a bucket of ice water had fallen over Ink. Prism had given him that warning over and over, yet Ink still managed to forget it. No, forget it wasn't the right way to say it. Ink remembered, but the message still failed to reach him. Sorry, Ink mumbled, because he didn't know what else to say. I'm good. I swear. Ink promised. Prism nodded after a moment's hesitation, gave Ink a tight hug, and after a moment, and after a moment's hesitation, gave Ink a tight hug. Oh. Ink froze in place, not expecting the paint formed
Shayla's.
representation of his alternative my Shayla representation of his alternative self to do that, but relaxed and laid his head on Prism's shoulder. The paint was surprisingly warm and sturdy. Thanks, Ink whispered.
My Shayla's. My Shayla's.
He deserves all the hugs, bro. Oh my god.
Shayla's.
Prism released him, nodded again, and hastily gestured for Ink to follow him. It hit Ink that Prism might very well be under a time limit for whatever he was doing, so he quickly did so. Carrying Cross as they slogged through the mess of mixed paint. Well, he slogged. Prism kind of glided along the top like he was part of a flowing tide. To Ink's surprise, the brown paint did not stain his clothes or Cross's clothes, sliding off the fabric instead of sticking to them.
Ugh.
As they walked, Ink attempted to use his bracelet to call Horror. He was not surprised when it didn't work here. He silently asked, or. Oh my god. He suddenly asked Horror to forgive him for leaving so suddenly and causing him to undue amounts of stress, but he could not leave the doodle sphere to contact him yet. Waterfalls of paint fell out of sight, and Ink saw what appeared to be an island floating amid the buckets and papers. Prism pointed up at the island, and his paint form collapsed back into the ocean. Ink peered across the endless expanse of mixed paints and realized that it could very well be deeper than it appeared. Ink was about to pull on his magic when his soul gave a warning twinge. He immediately stopped his attempt and tried to think about another way to get to the island. He inched forward a few steps, then reconsidered, and searched his pockets for something he'd use to test the depths. His pockets came up empty, but Cross had supplies in his satchel, which included Ink's shield attire. He was going to look for me. The presence of what remained of Cross's guard outfit implied it, but this confirmed it. Ink pushed down any emotional reaction to that particular detail and considered the pack's other items. There was nothing to get across, but there was a bit of hope too, I hope. Oh my god. Ink used it to tie Cross to his back. His feet still dragged, but it was better than falling in paint. Next, Ink took a broken, small but heavy steel case out of one of his pockets. He dropped it in front of him before taking a step and scooping it back up. The process was repeated until he did not hear a thud to signal it had hit the bottom. The ocean of paint was definitely a bit deep here then. Or maybe there was no bottom. He had no intention of finding out if he could swim in the paint while carrying Cross. Frowning, Ink eyed the buckets floating just above him. He cautiously touched the bottom of one that floated by his head. His hand did not go through the bucket and did not move when he pressed on it. Ink climbed the towers of Nightmare's castle. Surely this would not be much different. It was, but not unbearably so. Hoisting himself up, Ink balanced on the floating bucket. Despite the dangerous circumstances, he let himself enjoy the climb and had to giggle. Ink leapt from bucket to bucket, clinging to their edge and pulling himself up to balance to the tops.
Let's not forget, Cross is literally just like hanging there right now.
I'm like sitting here, I'm like, Cross is tied to his back with a rope.
Like literally just hanging there
as
he's jumping around, being like,
hardcore. Hey. He's literally Spider-Man.
He's literally Spider-Man.
There was a close call where he nearly slipped into one of the rainbows of paint inside, but he was not pulled through. By the time Ink landed on the island, he knew the name of each AU he climbed on. So did his bones. Maybe he would need a scarf for shield after all. If he was allowed to be shield anymore.
Oh.
If he was allowed to be shield anymore. If Nightmare let him back, or forced him back, or Ink's good mood faded. He checked on Cross, who remained unresponsive even as Ink hastily patched up his injuries, and headed into the golden mist that covered the island. A large shape emerged from the gleaming fog, its edges sharp and jagged. On first glance, it appeared to be a giant black crystal. Oh my god, Dark Crystal? Sorry. I love that movie. A second glance revealed revealed that it seemed to be made of some type of hardened, reflective ink. A large gap was visible in the odd structure. Ink approached, stepping inside. Inside the crystal was empty except for a single mirror. As Ink cautiously approached, his reflection rippled and changed. The other Ink did not notice him at first. He was engrossed in whatever he was writing on a scarf. This Ink's outfit was similar to Prism's, but with one distinct difference. Part of the collar at the ends of his scarf were a deep blue of an integrity soul. The other Ink's sleeves and pants were also torn, revealing most of his arms and sections of his legs. Black marks were visible all over his bones, with a few peeking up just above his scarf. They weren't simple binary codes like Ink's own marks, he realized. They were scars. Physical scars that someone had painstakingly carved into the other Ink's bones. Ink was unable to stop himself from gasping when he understood what it meant. At the noise, the other Ink jumped and finally looked up. Startled, deep blue eyelights snapped to Ink's face, one into an exclamation point, the other into a diamond. He backed up a step, and Ink immediately noticed how he reached up like he wanted to cover his neck with his hands, likely through pure instinct. "Oh, sorry," Ink said nervously. "I didn't mean to startle you." The unknown Ink stared at him as eyelights darted slightly from left and right, like he was scanning for danger. They focused on Cross, and his eyelight shifted into a fearful purple color. Ink's concern about his reaction was only amplified by Cross's unresponsive state. But he had set those emotions aside. He had more room in here than out in the ocean of brown paint. "One moment, please," Ink requested. Ink carefully unattached Cross from his back and laid him down on solid ground, checking his vitals again. Since there was still a straining feeling inside that Ink did not want to push further, he mostly had to rely on basic first aid and the few portable scanners he had with him. Cross's breathing was normal, as was his soul. There was no damage detected on his body except for a few scrapes that were likely from Air's strings and the injuries he had sustained from his own knife. Strangely, there was an indication that one of his ribs had been broken and already healed. Cross was stable. He just wasn't waking up. Ink bit his lips and looked up at the mirror, where his alternate watched him carefully. "Sorry, he was captured by Air and I wanted to check his vitals. I'm a healer. I'm guessing this mirror lets us talk, maybe? And by us, I mean Inks from different multiverses. Prism led me here. Do you know Prism?" Ink felt his cheeks burn. He's an Ink who used prismatic rainbow magic. I call him Prism." The other Ink's tense features softened. He no longer looked at Ink with weariness, but something gentler and more understanding. He did not speak as he nodded. At least he could hear Ink, unlike what happened in the dream that mimicked this place. The Ink with the blue-tipped scarf stepped aside and the mirror rippled. "Wait!" Ink blurted, but the other Ink was already gone. In his place stood yet another Ink. His eyes flashed rapidly through a rainbow of hues as he smiled at Ink. "You found it!"
Beetle. 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 You cut out.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Where?
You found it, and then it was no more. But I do want to say, Prism and Ink.
Yes!
They're siblings! They're siblings! They're siblings, dude! Prism actually gets to be an older sibling for once, dude. Think about that. Oh, my Shaylas! My Shaylas!
I love them dearly.
Continue on.
They're stretch my bones. Ugh. Pain. Anyway. Prism! He visibly startled, and his eyelights changed into a pale blue exclamation point and a spiral that was a gradient of all of the colors of the rainbow. "What did you just call me?" Ink flushed. "Prism. It's a nickname I gave you. Sorry." "It's okay." Prism's smile was just a bit sadder. Ink could tell he had seen that expression on his own face in more mundane mirrors than his own. "I call you Healer. I'm so happy we can finally talk." Ink recalled the last time they had talked. His eye socket stung. His eye socket stung, but no tears came. "Thank you."
No.
Morgs, we're live. We're reading.
Yeah, Roseanne.
What? I'm live.
Low key, y'all are cool sometimes.
Are you drunk?
Oh shit!
Y'all are cool sometimes. I like you guys.
He is not sober. We like you too, Morgs. We're live
Morgan.
though.
And I just wanted him to come say that.
We love you, Morgs.
You guys are.
You do
guys
love
are
you,
cool
Morgs.
Are you okay?
You guys are cool sometimes. Night's been rough.
Oh, okay. Do you want to talk
You guys
later?
are cool. No.
You sure? Are you sure?
No.
Here, wait. Give me 1
Dude,
second.
I'll just-
Morgs.
Alright, sorry guys. We're back. Not leaving. But yeah, Morgs is not sober right now, so that was him. That was him coming. This is like a taste of what you get in the Roseverse group. I muted because I needed to make sure he was okay, but he's fine. And if it was like something going on, I wanted to make sure that it was okay. You know what I mean? But he's fine. He's fine. He's just having a night, I guess, and getting drunk. He's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fra.
So.
Where?
I don't remember where you were.
Let me see.
You're probably. I think you're at.
The talk.
Yeah, he
Talk?
recalled the last time they talked.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. I promise. I'm of legal age. He is of legal age. It's legal where he lives. It's fine.
It's just a casual Saturday night.
It's a casual Saturday night, and he's legally drinking. It's not illegal, guys. Don't worry. Morgs.
Anyway.
Go to bed.
Go sleep.
We believe you, Morgs. I got that on video now, though.
Yeah, that's so true.
I
was gonna say that. We got that on live. Morgs thinks we're cool. Low key.
He admitted it. Okay. Go to bed. Go to sleep. Go pet your cat. We love you, Morgs. Good night. Good night.
Bye, Morgs. Okay.
Continue on.
Continuing. Ink recalled the last time they had talked. His eye socket stung, but no tears came. Thank you for saving my multiverse. The words did not come anywhere close to expressing everything Ink wanted to say, but it was all he could manage. Prism seemed to understand. His eye lights shifted into soft pastel yellows and greens. Thanks isn't needed, but you're welcome. How did you manage to cross multiverses? Ink asked. How did you know I was in trouble? He scanned the crystal like cavern around him before facing the mirror. Does this place have anything to do with it? It can see other multiverses, obviously. I saw another us? He had a scarf with blue ends and some blue in the middle around the collar part. And one of his eyelights always seemed to stay a blue color. Prism's face glowed with recognition. Oh, you saw Solus Ink. I said that right? I'm guessing. Solus.
Yeah.
Solus. Solus. Ink.
Stolus!
Solus!
Where
Oh
are you
my
coming
god.
from?
Oh my god. Flashback. Anyway, he's a protector of the creation. He's a protector of creation as well. His multiverse is. He winced, and his eyelights turned into an unhappy pale blue teardrop and cut circle. Dark. Every single one of his intended allies were killed before he got out into his multiverse. Well, except maybe Aster and Top, but they're not really multiversal influences, you know? I've been trying to help him find them so he at least has someone other than Broomy. Ink's confusion mounted. He's looking for Aster and Top? And who's Broomy? There. Prism cut himself off and squinted as his eyelights shifted into a yellow to green gradient in the shape of a question mark. Should I tell you, or should I tell you, or could that influence how they act? I don't like the idea of predetermined, and it's like a different multiverse, and it's a different multiverse with different people anyway. Actually, forget it. Let things happen on their own. I'm not the first Ink you've helped, Ink realized. Correct, Prism confirmed. He shook himself and his smile. Oh, okay. He shook himself and smiled, his right eyelight turning fully green while his left shifted into a serene silver diamond. You just saw one of them. Solus is doing a lot better than he was. Proud of him. Did I tell him that? He checked his brown scarf, nodded firmly, and flipped the end back over his shoulder. To answer your question, my multiverse has been keeping an eye on other multiverses for a while now. It's not our duty or anything, but we want to help if we can. Though I'm usually not so direct. I saw what was going to happen to your soul, and I had to. Prism's body locked up, and his eyelights turned a blank white. An unnatural stillness overcame his body, and it was like looking at a doll instead of a skeleton monster. Prism, are you okay? Ink prompted anxiously as the silent paralysis continued. Ink? Any awkwardness about saying his own name was overcome by his worry. Prism reanimated and grasped the large paintbrush at his back. He took a deep breath and another. Did you know I'm soulless? I guessed, Ink admitted. A while ago, if I'm being honest. I'm not like you, but I should be. He hunched inward, hand curling over the center of his chest. I meant to lose my soul. The multiverse wants me to lose it because it thinks that loss will make me a protector that can actually fix things. That's partly why I'm subconsciously drawn to letting it be destroyed, right? No, and maybe. Prism's eyelights shifted into two resolute green squares. Losing your soul will not make you a protector that can actually fix things. You can fix things without that, no matter what your head or multiverse tries to say. I'm trying, Ink confessed, but I don't think I can. I couldn't save Goner or a nightmarish negative tale or horror tale, Flowey. His shoulders hunched and he wrapped his arms around his ribs. I couldn't heal error. Hey, don't blame yourself for that. Prism tried to give an encouraging smile, but it was ruined by the worried shades of his eyelights. You don't know about his multi-hued gaze flicked past Ink to cross his inert frame and shifted into alarm orange exclamation points. Is Cross okay? He's stable. Ink assured him quickly. Though I don't know why he's still unconscious. Air had him, and when he woke up, he was under the influence of ex-Gaster's activation codes, I think? Activation codes, huh? Those are nasty. My cross doesn't have that problem, Prism noted. He peeked at Cross again, eyelights flashing through several distressed colors. I'm surprised you got him in here. Your doodle sphere is on complete lockdown. If anyone other than a protector or creator ink tried to enter it, now they'd completely disintegrate. Even ones with codes that usually pass as similar would be obliterated. They usually wouldn't even have time to realize that was happening before they were dead. He glanced past Ink at the crystalline walls of the cavern and grimaced. I haven't seen a doodle sphere this aggressively deadly towards anyone since Solus's. The words failed to fully percolate as Ink slowly nodded. Oh, so that's why Air did not try to follow us. Yep, Prism confirmed. He likely saw the doodle sphere's security measures and didn't want to die. A second later, Ink comprehended what had just been told of him and paled as horror gripped his soul. Cross could have died? Prism frantically waved his hands. No. Because you let him in. You hold the security key to this place. It's linked to your unique passcode identification, so you and only you can let others inside without them dying instantly. Your doodle sphere is so aggressively defensive, I think it might even kick me out if I tried to physically enter. Though I guess that's better than how it'd treat others. I didn't know the doodle sphere could be angry. He balked at his own words and winced. Oh wait, that was kinda blunt. Kinda blunt. It's fine, Ink said faintly. Prism took a breath and seemed to reel in his scattered thoughts. Cross isn't in danger. To be honest, I didn't expect you to take a passenger with you when you found this place. Otherwise, I would have warned you about your doodle sphere's defenses. Though, considering how I found my own doodle sphere, I should have expected it. You did good. You actually grasped a lot of protector abilities on your own without formally training. The frantic hammering of Ink's soul slowed a bit as he shrugged listlessly. I still couldn't help Error. I saw a glimpse of him. That wasn't an easy fix. Prism's eyelight darkened, flashing through muted colors of sorrow and dismay. He's in so much pain. I know, Ink said quietly. Prism winced. Hey, none of that. You were unable to help because you're new to this. You need time and training, not to become like me, and some advice just in case you bump into a few scientists that try to convince you otherwise. Run. Ink was thrown off once again. Scientists? Prism blinked at him, equally confused, then smacked his forehead. Oh, right. You don't know. Your Omega Timeline scientists know the Protector is a Sans because they spied on my multiverse, so be careful about that. I'm pretty sure they considered taking me from my multiverse. His tone was light, but his eyelights were a distressed blue and purple. Dad was worried, but we, mon ami.
He is French! He is French!
He is French, guys! But we, meaning me, him, and Corfrisk, managed to keep him out. You have a dad? Ink's voice sounded small and distant.
You did not read that right. You have a dad?
What?
Ink's voice sounded small.
I did not read that correctly. Me when I don't read? You have a dad? Ink's voice sounded small and distant, even to himself. Prism nodded absently as he hastily wrote something on his scarf. Air is kind of my adoptive dad, yeah. One of them. I also have a lot of what you might call adoptive uncles, an adoptive sibling. That's what Corfrisk is, by the way. Ink's mind went over what he just heard, failed to process it, went over it again, and rebooted. Errors, your what? Prism jumped, startled by his volume. His hand latched onto his paintbrush, but he soon relaxed. Adoptive dad. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Me when I'm saying
add a word.
Adoptive dad. Kinda. He's the one who found me. and part of the reason I was able to view your multiverse so easily that it was meant to be more similar to mine. Not exact, of course, but there are similar events.
Pause.
Prism has
Pause.
pause.
I never
Pausing?
realized that, but he's basically saying that Error was supposed to find him and they were supposed to have a brother dynamic from the very start.
Oh
But he never got it.
no!
Ow!
I'm so
So upset right now. And X-Gaster ruined it. Error was probably gonna
Yes,
find him,
for
but
fucking
X-Gaster got
beautiful.
involved.
I can't believe. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, I say.
Ugh.
Ugh, I say. Prism hesitated again, studying Ink's face closely as though gauging whether he should continue. Between the reveal of Nightmare's manipulation, Undertop, the Star Sanses, Air's taking cross, and the Doodle Sphere, Ink already had enough shocks for the week. But he supposed he needed to endure a few more. Please tell me, Ink requested. Prism noted his resolve and nodded curtly. Okay, from what I can tell, your error was supposed to find you a long time ago. Not while you were a child like my error did with me, but a lot sooner than Nightmare did. Oh, Ink said faintly, as part of him wondered if he had ever been a child at all. Several more missing pieces fell into place. Error's obsession with finding the Protector was not just to heal himself, but because it was likely the last mission he failed before he succumbed to corruption. Nightmare, Dream, and the balance they were in charge of were so out of balance because no Protector was there to keep them in check. The Protector legend popped up and was passed around because one should have existed all of this time. The corruption got so bad because the only one that could fix it wasn't there. Is it my fault? Ink's voice was barely audible. Prism's eyelights flashed through several heated colors and shapes before settling on a serene yellow sun and cyan crescent moon. Never.
Ah!
Ink shook his head, wrapped his arms around himself, and squeezing tight. I'm meant to be a protector, right? The protector. I'm not. I couldn't save a Nightmare's negative tail or Goner. I couldn't even stop Nightmare from killing or help Cross or help heal Error. And because I wasn't here, everything is wrong. Ink. Prism's voice remained calm, but there was a forceful edge to it that forbade any arguments. You are not to blame. The multiverse is screwed up because it's screwed up, not because you were late. Even if you destroyed your soul and miraculously got out sooner, it'd still be screwed up. You can help and protect, but it's not your job to prevent every tragedy and screw up before they happen. You're a protector, not the solution to every problem. Ink's gaze dropped away from his. Alrighty then, time for some blunt honesty, I guess. Prism, exhaled sharply and pressed his hands over his eye sockets as though he was bracing himself. He lowered his hands from his face and his voice became almost as quiet as Ink's own. Part of the reason I was keeping an eye on you and could jump right in when your soul was about to be destroyed was because I didn't want you to end up like me. It was agonizing to hear someone else speak in his voice with such undeniable regret and sorrow. Ink risked a glance up and saw tears in the corners of Prism's eye sockets. He swallowed roughly and forced his voice to work. Did you destroy my own soul? No. Prism smiled, but it was forced. His eyelights were a sorrowful light blue teardrop and oval. I used to be like you. I was rescued from back there by a bad guy. I gained a home, a family, a friends. I discovered my coding abilities. I used to have a soul until it was taken from me. When I say it was taken from me, I mean it in the most unwilling way possible. I was captured. I was experimented on, and someone took my soul from me.
You know that one scene in Wreck-It Ralph where it's just like, you really are a bad guy?
No!
Yon
You really are just a bad guy!
Yon Prism and Error. Yon Prism and Error. So I'm gonna say you can continue.
Just continue. Find the protector of creation. 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 Find the... The voices went silent. Air, who had been doing his best to ignore their constant demands, did not believe the sudden quiet in his mind was real. He squinted suspiciously at the empty white sky above him and let out a harsh and maybe a little hysterical laugh. It's about time for you all to shut up, he crowed. The voices did not respond. Air relished in the quiet and ignored his slight unease at their silence. They had been pestering him to find the protector of creation for so long that it was overdue for Air to have some peace. This place may have given him temporary quiet, but it would not give him an irritatingly elusive protector, one of them. Air did not know what had drawn him to this world, if it could even be considered a world. The empty white space seemed to be like the anti-void, but it wasn't. Air recognized this realm and this place was not in it. Was not it. It was hidden, though, shoved to the side, forgotten, just like its inhabitants. Nothing there except for the creatures that could barely be considered residents. Half-finished sketches of anomalies stood in front of him. The most finished one was a papyrus, but Air knew with a single glance that he was without soul or personality. The others were without soul, personality, or even mind as well. In fact, they were so unfinished that most did not even have awareness. All of them stood in place, unresponsive, as Air sauntered up to them and inspected them. Nothing made them move or react, even when he snapped his fingers in front of their faces. Air glanced around himself in disdain and snorted. This world was pathetic. There was not enough to destroy in order to draw the protector of creation's attention, and Air was not going to wait around until they showed up. He'd save this place for when he really wanted to tear something apart. Wanted something to tear apart, or wanted some peace and quiet without their constant demands. I'll be back later, he mockingly told the abandoned, empty sketches. Don't die before I rip a return again. Yeah. Me when I can say words? Yeah. I tried to
Yeah.
say okay instead of yeah. Oh my god. I'm bugging. Let me have a sip.
You haven't had a single sip of water this whole time?
Arizona. I don't have water.
I mean, of your Arizona, I guess.
I had some when Morgs popped in.
Your little break.
let me take a little just a little sip.
While Rosa figures out what the fuck is wrong with him.
Yeah. I took my chance. The unfinished papyrus reached out and grabbed onto Air's sleeve. Air jolted out of his hold, glitching horribly as his features twisted into a panicked snarl. The papyrus stared back without emotion, his hand still outstretched. Air should dust the anomaly immediately for something, but something stayed in his hand. But something stayed his hand. He looked down. A tiny face peeked out from behind the papyrus's leg. White eyelights that were filled with life, with soul, stared up at Air before the small skeleton hit again. All Air had to do was step to the side to see a tiny, and he meant tiny, skeleton monster child. He was undoubtedly a small Sans type skeleton, but Air could not associate the name with him. He was a Sans type, but he was not a Sans. The voices squealed, "Baby!" Eric cringed at their volume. Their inane babbling were incoherent and disjointed. Like their connection to air was muted here, but their elated squeals and coos were as irritating as ever. They quickly went silent again, but Air got enough of a gist to understand that he had found what he was looking for. Air swiftly checked them. No information available. Original universe, Blinktail. Role, protector of creation. Height, 1 foot. 1? Hold on. 1 foot? 1.3 feet? That's really tiny. Oh my god, my heart. My Sheila! My Sheila. Data inaccessible, abilities, unlearned, prismatic magic, inter-AU travel, codes, script reading, script alteration, repair, restore, further data inaccessible, check. He waited. A bit on the quiet side. Needs a guardian teacher. Is so happy to see you. Please don't abandon him too. The skeleton child's soul hovered in front of his chest, sporting a single small crack. A quick scan of the others proved once again that he was the only one that had a soul. Like him, it was tiny, so easily destroyed. The menacing destroyer stepped forward and picked the tiny skeleton child up. Emphasis on tiny. You little baby. He did not reach even Air's knees. This protector was at most a toddler. Air stared in disbelief. You have got to be kidding me. The tiny protector the tiny protector
You got
stared
this.
at him. huge eye sockets and moved his mouth. He seemed to be trying to copy the movements of Air's, though he failed to make a sound. Can you talk? Air asked curtly. The skeleton child squinted at him. His mouth moved again, and a soft noise came, but no words. Air scowled at him, and he blinked. Slowly, his mouth curled, and he giggled at the destroyer. Tiny hands reached out, but Air held him at arm's length. I'm sorry, I'm like grinning right now.
I know, I am too. It's a baby. It's a baby. It's a baby.
Oh, like I'm freaking out. He's just a little baby. He's just a
He's
little
so
baby. I literally like
tiny.
forgot about this part. This is the oh so legendary protector? Air sneered. Is this some kind of joke? Having a child as a rival is pathetic. Then the voices had screeched about finding the protector of creation, Air expected a powerful force that he would have to battle, either against or temporarily alongside, considering what the role of protector of creation meant for their multiverse, but nevertheless would crush beneath his foot one day. He was not the
Enigmatic.
This was not the enigmatic. The intermissions of my enigmatic rival that Air expected. This was a literal child. The protector reached out again, his little brows scrunched up, and he wiggled his hands, determined to touch Air's face. He seemed fascinated, like Air was the most interesting thing he had ever seen. He probably was considering the lack of colors in this empty and unfinished world. He had no idea what Air was or what he could do to him. Air could use this opportunity. He could raise the Protector. He could influence the Protector's worldview and make him see things Air's way. He could make the Protector see the alternate universes and their inhabitants were wastes of space and thus should be destroyed. Air could turn this powerful entity into a weapon for himself. With the Protector himself on destruction's side, Air's victory would be guaranteed. Air smiled viciously at the child and did a double take as he noticed something in his peripheral vision. The papyrus had moved again. He held out his hand in Air's direction. His scarf hung from it, like he was nothing more than a coat rack that someone had placed the garment upon. His face was turned towards Air. The unfinished papyrus's gaze was empty and emotionless, but Air swore those hollow eyes were looking right at him. The weight of his stare meant nothing. It was nothing. It was... Air snatched the white scarf from the unfinished, soulless papyrus and wrapped it around the Protector. The tiny, nameless skeleton wiggled a little and freed one of his hands from the fabric, again trying to touch Air's face. Air gave in and let the Protector pat his cheek so he'd stop being I know! So he'd stop being an irritant. The ignorant Protector patted him, eye sockets wide with wonder, and giggled again. Air glowered at him and belatedly realized the child's touch did not cause his glitches to go on the frizz. Curious. A dark spot caught Air's attention, and he noticed that the black spot had appeared on on the Protector's cheek. What other kind of oddities would the Protector show? You know what has me thinking?
What?
You know how this just happened? He got a splotch after meeting Air.
Mm-hmm.
This ink got the splotch after meeting Air, but Arc Ink, like, he got his splotch after meeting Nightmare, and I think that hurts me. That hurts me, somehow. That's painful. Youch.
Someone else always unlocks it.
Yeah, it's...
Being shown care unlocks that part of them.
I'm tired. Oh my god. A dark spot caught Air's attention. He noticed the black spot has appeared on the creator's protectors. I keep saying creator instead of protector.
The Protector!
It's the Protector. He's the Protector. My bad. What other kind of oddities would a Protector show? Especially one that was so new to the multiverse that Air needed to forge into his weapon. Something heavily settled in Air's ribcage, something like fear, which was ridiculous because he feared nothing. Liar. Whatever, grumbled Air. You need a name. I'm not going to call you Protector all the time. The Protector continued to poke at Air's face, giggling quietly and happily. Air scowled darkly at the but the Protector remained ignorant to his annoyance, innocently content that someone was finally there for him. The Destroyer's sight shifted to the black spots that had appeared on the Protector's cheek and came to the decision. Ink. Your name will be Ink. Ah, my Shayla, my Shayla.
My Shayla, my Shayla, my Shayla.
Oh my goodness. My goodness
Ugh,
gracious.
my heart.
Goodness gracious.
My
My phone's about-
chest is literally like clenching, dude. Oh, I love
on the
that.
charger.
Rosa, have you read? I haven't read Spilled Ink, and I probably won't because I have this weird thing where I can't consume like other media of something I really like sequels or like prequels or anything like that. I don't know why. I'm weird like that.
Me, I raise my hand. I have read Spilled Ink, and oh my god, I love
I
it.
get to
I
read
love it
part
dearly.
1. I get to read it. I get to read it.
Okay,
I get the fun one.
whatever.
You get the sad one.
Yeah, I know.
I get the fun one.
All right. Huh.
I think this chapter's really long too. I think it was like 19,000 words when it dropped.
Spilled Ink, my beloved.
Reminds me of Roseverse for some reason. Totally not the inspiration at all for
Whoa, that's
Roseverse.
crazy. What a
Not at
crazy
all.
coincidence.
No, I'm completely unique.
Absolutely.
I like to imagine that the splotch is the binary code of the first world Ink visits when getting out of his world. Oh, Arx is in the world Nightmare's castle is in, and Prism is in the anti-void. Ah, interesting. Or he touched Error and got to have like the original AU that he's from. How long are we gonna keep streaming? I'm gonna read one more chapter. I don't know if Beetle wants to. But
Should probably be fine by then.
by then, it's gonna be so long. Okay. Chapter 23. Echoes Through the Prismatic Mirror. Prism's Tale, Part 1. Era told you all of that from when he found you? Yep. When I was older, he admitted that he mostly took me with him because he wanted to raise me to be his weapon. He's not the type to mince words, except that there's emotions involved that makes him seem soft, or activities that make him seem soft. His words, not mine. He knits, you know, and watches soap operas. At least, Dad does. That sounds nice. Teaching the protector of creation was not anywhere on Era's realm of possibilities until he ended up doing it. He was not prepared to have an excitable and curious child wandering around his anti-void, but he made do as best he could. His home base in the anti-void soon found itself filled with items taken from a smattering of AUs, mostly Underfell because Era loved to antagonize them, especially Red. Toys were kept in a chest to keep the brat busy, Era would claim. Books were lined up on a shelf that teach him how to read in order to properly use codes, Era would say, even though many of those books were whimsical tales with a lot of pictures. Now I'm smiling. Paints and crayons brought color to the white space of the anti-void, as childish drawings were hung up to fill the empty space, because it was annoying when Ink woke up from nightmares, saw the white, and cried out for help, Era would insist. He will be my weapon, Era would say, if anyone dared to ask. Not that anyone was around to dare. Era had not brought any victims back to the anti-void since he found Ink. He did not want to deal with the sadness and heartbroken tears, questions that would bombard him if he did. Ink was uncomfortably, annoyingly sensitive and gentle. When Era brought him a dummy to practice fighting with, Ink happily hugged it instead. When Era taught him to summon bone attacks, the ends of Ink's prismatic ones were blunted and he focused on containment instead of damage, because he didn't want to hurt Era. He refused to sharpen them even when Era impatiently explained that Ink's damage output was abysmal and would not even sting him. When Ink managed to summon a couple of tiny blasters, they nuzzled him like weird puppies and poked Era curiously in the side of his skull. Era barely resisted destroying the annoyances because he knew it would make Ink cry, and that would make Era feel nauseous with suppressed guilt. Hold on, I'm trying to close chat right now. Okay. It was only when Era, out of frustration and with no small degree of sarcasm, asked how Ink would protect him if Ink refused to hurt that he finally began to learn how. It was a selfish and cruel thing to say to a child, voiced out of anger and bitterness, and Era loathed to see that it got its results. Ink still refused to fight the dummy, but he learned how to make his bone attack sharp and his blasters shoot prismatic light, so hot they could melt steel. He did not want to let Era down. He did not want to fail him if he needed him. He still hated the idea of harming. He hated to see his bone attacks look so sharp and his blasters be so deadly. So Ink learned how to keep his power under control. He learned how to hurt, so he knew what he was capable of. He learned to kill, so he knew how to not to. Ink was 4 years old. He learned how to drive a bone attack through an enemy's skull before he fully learned how to read. And if not for the stories Era read to him about heroes that protected people and worlds, and several other influences that soon came along in his life, he was not sure what might have become of him. Considering his gentle temperament and his instinctive desire not to kill, he'd probably be long dead. I know. It's one of Era's biggest regrets. Unlike you, I wasn't old enough or mentally developed enough to understand what was happening. Say no and make that decision on my own. But what happened, happened. I may not be much of a pacifist as you, but I have accepted that. You don't have to. I admire your resolve. It took less than another year for Era to realize he might be screwing up. He knew Ink was gentle by nature. He understood that to some extent, but he did not fully get it until one unremarkable day in the Anti-Void. Ink always wore the scarf that came from the papyrus that was meant to be his older brother, colored a warm brown because he should have colors too. As Ink slowly grew, though Era knew he would never reach anywhere close to the height of the average Sans, the tails of the scarf stopped dragging behind him as much, but there were a few mishaps due to the length of his accessory. When Ink ran to Era in tears and showed him the torn end of the scarf, he had no choice but to repair it. Era's denial and mental insistence that he did it because of Ink's tears or annoyance fell apart as he carefully used his strings to sew the tattered end back together. Ink anxiously watched, gripping Era's coat with his tiny hands as he pressed against his side. Once he was done, Era tied the scarf differently so Ink would not step on it again. He could wear it properly once he gained some height. A lot more height. Ink hugged Era for several minutes after that one. The blue was eventually colored brown like the rest of the scarf, but if Era looked hard enough, he would spot that thread and remember Ink's teary, hopeful face as he watched his guardian painstakingly stitch it back together. It was such a minor event, but it made Era accept something he tried not to. He wasn't just raising the protector, he was raising a child, and somehow that simple realization made a difference. A rather big difference, actually, because what the hell? The isolation wasn't helping Ink. There were times Era had to leave. He had slowed down his destruction so the multiverse did not break, but he still left Ink on his own for extended periods of time. He could not be in the Anti-Void constantly. Every time he returned, he would find Ink curled up in his red beanbag, trembling and rocking back and forth as he waited for Era to come back. Ink hated being alone. No matter how many coloring books, paints, or distractions Era left with him, he'd end up withdrawn and terrified until his guardian returned. He had been young when he was taken in by Era, but he remembered back there in the white emptiness that was his unfinished world. It left its marks as some part of him always feared he would be sent back or abandoned again. Era should have basked in the idea that the protector was so reliant on him. Instead, he felt a twisting in his ribcage that he eventually admitted was guilt as Ink clung to him and timidly asked Era when he'd be back this time. He did not know how to stop it or ease Ink's fears. He did not know how to help. He did not know what to do to fix things. Era being Era, he tried to rectify the problems in the patented Era way that only Era would. He kidnapped someone. Dream was certain he was going to die. He wondered if this was punishment for his own selfishness, then reminded himself that taking a break was not selfish. It was just his luck that one day he decided to take for himself. Asked Core to hide his real check and pretended not to be Dream. The guardian of positivity, instead an average Sans dressed in more common modern clothes. Era showed up and snatched him out of the AU he had been in. One moment, Dream had been about to get an ice cream. The next, Dream had been wrapped up in strings and yanked into the Anti-Void faster than he could blink. Blue had not had time to blink either, or even react, before Dream was taken right in front of him. At least Blue should be okay. Era had not stuck around to destroy Outertail. He might even be able to tell Core Frisk what had happened, once he stopped panicking. Dream hung in Era's blue strings, the hood of his borrowed yellow sweatshirt covering his head and his distinctive cape and circlet hidden in the satchel attached to his belt. The strings dug into the fabric as Era hoisted him up like a piñata, leaving Dream with a clear view of the dolls that must be fashioned after his previous victims. "I'll be back," Era growled. He cocked his head mockingly and bared his teeth in a sharp grin. "Hang tight." He stepped forward and vanished from sight, leaving Dream hanging there. Dream kept absolutely silent, yellow eyelights darting around to take in his surroundings as he tried to think of a plan to escape. There was not much to see, only the strings and the dolls that Corfris said were filled with dust. This must not be Era's main base then. That was odd, because Corfris reported that Era used to live right below his net of strings and dolls. Had something changed? Dream would think about it later when he escaped, or was rescued. Poor Blue must be freaking out. Dream pulled at the strings, but they did not break. They were wrapped tightly around him, but not tightly enough where they were painful. In fact, the sneakers he had borrowed from Blue hurt more. Oh, they were too tight. His feet are tiny, apparently. Dream tried to reach out for positive energy, but he could not reach past the anti-void. The only emotions he could sense were Era's nervousness and something else. Someone else was there. Dream studied the emotions, sensing concern that shifted into a childish curiosity. A jolt of terror tore through Dream's soul. His fears were confirmed as a tiny figure appeared below him, nearly stepping on their long brown scarf as they halted right below Dream and stared up at him. It was a skeleton monster child, maybe 3 years old? That was Dream's best guess based on his experience with the monsters of Littletail, though maybe the Sans was even younger than that, seeing how he was smaller than the few Dream had seen around that age. Wide eye sockets gaped up at Dream for a moment, and the small skeleton beamed. The little one's fear gave way to such a pure joy that Dream felt his own terror recede. He could use this to break out. Dream was about to summon a blade, but stopped himself. If he summoned a weapon, the child might think it was an attack and run straight into error. Ignorant to Dream's concerns, the skeleton child waved happily. "Hi, I'm Ink." "It's nice to meet you, Ink. My name is, Dream stumbled over his introduction. "Yellow." Ink giggled. "Your name's not Yellow. It's Dream. I saw your check." Dream's check had not been pulled up. It should not have mattered if it was, because Dream had Court cover it with a fake one for the day. Whose goddamn white baby is this? Yet, Ink could see Dream's real check, which Corfris themselves have hidden. That meant that not only could he use codes, but he could easily override the ones other coders put in place. Oh stars, had he wandered in here? Dream tried not to show his alarm as he debated whether Error would sense when his strings were cut. "Why are you tied up?" Ink asked curiously. He gasped so suddenly that Dream looked around in a panic, certain that Error had returned. "Have you been kidnapped?" "Yes," Dream said swiftly, "by Error." Ink looked surprised, then frowned, his little face scrunching up in confusion. "Error says to watch out for kidnappers, so they must be bad, because Error and the books say they are. But Error isn't a bad kidnapper like that, so this must be a mistake." Here, wait, I gotta change the music, because this does not suit that Undertale music. Let's see here. What is a good song to play? Ghost fight? You can't even hear it. I'll do Ghost Fight. Actually, Ghost Fight's too short. I don't know where Beetle disappeared to, but I will do... Where's Snowden Town? There we are. That is not the right one. I'm here, I'm just munching. Should we do Snowden Town, chat? Is Snowden Town the one? Munch. Okay. It took Dream a moment to process the rambling sentence. His mistaken belief that Ink had recently wandered into the anti-void was immediately dashed by another, even more alarming reality. Have you been living with Error? Yes! Ink beamed up at him. Error's been teaching me for as long as I remember. Not as long as I remember really, though. I had a brother. He said the word brother solely, as though he knew it was a word, but he was not certain what it meant. Oh, stars. Error took it from an AU he destroyed, Dream thought, horrified. Error's been teaching you? Uh-huh, Ink confirmed, his excitement warming the air around him. He says that I'm supposed to be his weapon, but I'm the protector, so that means I protect and help people. I'll help you. Ink launched himself upward before Dream could react. He clung to the strings near Dream. He clung to the strings near Dream with practiced ease as black magic supported his bare feet. It shimmered slightly and transformed into a prismatic rainbow shade. The ease with which Ink climbed into the web of strings suggested this was far from the first time he had swum among them. Once he was settled, Ink grabbed onto... Oh my god, my thing's frozen. Okay. It froze. Okay. Ink grabbed onto Dream's hand and a sharp bone attack appeared in a free one, forming as a black bone that shifted into prismatic rainbow of colors. Dream did not have time to wonder if he had been tricked before Ink expertly sliced through Air's strings, and gravity took control. Dream was cut free, but his satchel was torn from his waist. It hung miserably in the strings like a badly wrapped present as he dropped. This song is literally burned into my brain. I've heard this on repeat for hours. Sorry. Okay. Dream braced himself for a painful fall, but Ink easily held on to him. Dream was far from the biggest Sans, but he still dwarfed Ink in height. Must be an amusing image to see him being held up by the much smaller skeleton. Ink Nightmare might even laugh if he saw it. Dream's thoughts about his brother were interrupted before they could become melancholic, as Ink floated them both down to the floor. They landed gently, but Dream still winced, grimacing as pricks of pain went through his feet. Maybe he should remove the borrowed shoes in case they need to run. Ink helped him remove the remaining strings that clung to his clothes. There! I did it! Ink's beaming smile and overflowing joy faltered slightly, and his nervousness poked at Dream like an itch in his skull. Are you okay? I'm alright, Dream said faintly. His scrambled and overwhelmed thoughts found some semblance of order, then promptly lost it as he realized what Ink had said. You're the protector? Yes! Oops! Ink clapped his hand over his mouth and looked around nervously. Air said I wasn't supposed to tell anyone that I'm the protector, but you seem nice. You're the first person that I've seen other than Air, and the people on TV. Dream was still trying to process what in the multiverse was happening. How old are you? Ink squinted in thought. Air says that aging is weird in the anti-void and everywhere because this multiverse is weird, but he thinks I'd be 5 in monster years, whatever the hell that means in a place like this. Ink put on a deeper tone as he apparently quoted Air's words. Dream could not repress a startled yelp as a child casually swore. Even if he did have a point about aging being weird in the multiverse, Dream himself was an example of aging being weird. He'd been trapped in stone for 500 years before he had a chance to grow into an adult. Ink continued chattering on obliviously. He says I'm short. He puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. I'm growing, though. I grew 2 whole inches in the last year. Maybe it was a year? That's wonderful, Ink. Dream said faintly. This poor guy, dude. Dream had a feeling that Ink would not reach 4 feet of height when he was fully grown. Was that his natural height, or was he shorter due to being raised in the anti-void? Many things became lost in here. Unwillingly, Dream's gaze moved upward to his satchel, which was still trapped in strings. His cape was in there, and his circlet. Dream felt a jolt of panic from Air in the distance and shook himself. He needed to let the items go. He and Ink needed to leave. Both of them. Now. Ink had said that Air was raising him to be a weapon. Dream did not want to consider why else the Destroyer might have taken it upon himself to raise and train the Protector. Ink was more perceptive than Dream hoped. His bright eyelights followed Dream's gaze to the satchel. What is in there? Nothing important. Dream deflected. He tried to keep calm enough that Ink hopefully would not notice he was upset. Personal items didn't matter. They needed to go before Air returned. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your viewpoint, Ink noticed. You're lying. Dream winced, but forced himself to try to come up with a plan of how to get Ink to escape with him. It's just my cape and circlet, but that doesn't matter. Ink's fingers wrapped around the collar of his brown scarf. No, it does. It's special to you, so it's important. I can get it. He floated up to the strings again and clambered onto a couple near the hanging satchel. Despite the ease with which Ink used his magic, Dream panicked to see him so high up and unsupported. He watched anxiously as Ink carefully cut the satchel free of the blue strings, ready to catch him if he fell, and wishing he had gravity magic like most Sanses did. A whisper of movement was Dream's only warning before blue strings snapped close around his body, trapping his arms against his side and binding his legs together. They yanked him slightly off the ground, leaving him hanging once more, and he looked up to meet the livid glare of the destroyer. What do you think you're doing? Eris snarled. Before Dream could speak, Ink shouted from above. Eris, no! He clambered out of the web of strings with Dream's satchel in his hand. In his haste to get down, Ink slipped from the net of strings and fell. Eris screeched and dropped Dream as he lunged. He caught Ink with his strings mere inches before he could hit the ground, his terror shifting into such a bone-deep relief that it took Dream's breath away. He immediately pulled Ink into his arms, and Dream became the singular stunned witness as the destroyer checked the protector over for injuries. Ah! I love them! Oh my god. Here, wait, I gotta put my Vaseline on. Oh. Dude. Oh my god. I love them. See, Air Ink as a ship is nothing in compared to them being like father and son, dude. It's so much better if they're father and son. Okay. Locking in. I told you not to come over here, Eric growled. But someone was here and I wanted to see them, Ink protested. I could have captured a high-level enemy, Era said sharply. They would have dusted you without a second thought or taken you hostage to try to escape. What were you thinking? Ink looked down at his bare toes and scuffed his foot on the ground. I just wanted to help. His hurt receded, and he abruptly scowled using the expression he had to learn from Era. And Dream isn't a high-level enemy. Why'd you kidnap him? He's nice. Dream? Era looked at Dream, brushed the false check aside, and put a hand up to massage his forehead as exasperated aggravation clouded his aura. I did not know it was him. Oh, Ink nodded solemnly. You should make sure you kidnap the right person next time. But kidnapping is mean. Don't be mean, Error. Error's eye socket twitched. He lifted Ink and expertly settled him on his hip, but Ink wiggled incessantly, protesting that he wanted to be put down. When his pleas failed to work, he held out the satchel towards Dream and waved his arm. It was a good thing Dream did not have anything breakable in there. I got the bag for you, Dream. Error, put me down, please. I gotta give it back to Dream. Dream is hanging upside down, just watching this happen, utterly lost. Just utterly lost. I can't imagine the actual confusion you would have to have in this moment if you were Dream. I feel kind of bad. Error did not set him down. His glare was calculating as he stared Dream down, and Dream knew he was analyzing the rewards and risk of killing the Guardian of Positivity then and there. It was not for his own benefit, Dream realized, as he recognized the protective determination in Error's aura, but to keep Ink safe. Ink seemed oblivious to his Guardian's malice as he pouted. His prismatic magic took the form of ribbons as it wrapped around Dream's satchel, and he floated it over to Dream, putting it in his hand. Ink beamed, excited and overjoyed that he had successfully gotten the satchel back to its owner. The emotions would not be enough for Dream to overpower Error, but he would be able to put up one hell of a fight. Just because he could did not mean he should or wanted to. Dream slowly met Error's glare with a piercing stare of his own. You kidnapped me to have me babysit a child? No, Error snapped. I didn't know it was you. So you kidnapped me for advice on how to raise a child. Many Sanses ended up having to raise their younger brothers on their own so they'd have some experience. No! That sounded like a yes, no, Dream pointed out. I'll destroy you. Era hissed. That might damage the balance irreparably, Dream said delicately. Actually, it certainly would. I'm a destroyer, that's what I do. Yet you're raising the protector. Era's glare reeked of malice. Dream was unafraid. You think you found ink because you are meant to fight the protector or turn him into your weapon. Has it occurred to you that you're supposed to fight alongside the protector against a greater threat? Era's aggression faded into a miserable type of acceptance. Yes, it has. Neither of them expected Era to admit it. They stared at each other in stunned, uncomfortable silence. Ink looked between them, confused by what was going on but happy they were not attacking each other. What kind of protector is Ink? Dream asked softly. Era stared past him, still holding Ink defensively in his arm. Of creation. That was not what Dream wanted to hear. Thanks to Corfrisk, he knew what the protector role meant. The situation can worsen enough that a protector of creation will be needed. It may be best for us to agree to an alliance. The glare Era gave him was one of utter mistrust and loathing. Do you think you could prevent me from destroying AUs? No, Dream said calmly. But I know that you have no desire to see our multiverse utterly destroyed. If you did, you would have killed him the moment you found him, and you certainly would not care for him now. I agree. Corfrisk vanished and reappeared, deftly avoiding the blaster fire that Era shot at them. They seemed unaffected by the attack, but Dream could sense their nervousness. More importantly, he sensed their tentative hope. Quor appeared next to Dream, and their hopes solidified as Era failed to throw another attack their way. Ink peeked at Corfrisk and made a soft noise. Era ceased his attack, backing up slightly with the skeleton child still in his arms, but Ink patted his arm and insisted that he wanted to get down. Keeping a suspicious eye on Dream and Corfrisk, Era set him on his feet. Ink immediately pulled on Era's arm, and he leaned over so much that the smaller skeleton could whisper to him. Era rolled his eyelids, his agitation and fondness swirling through his aura, but nodded. Ink darted away, his long brown scarf dragging behind him. Dream watched him vanish, puzzled, before turning to Corfrisk. What are you doing here? He asked slowly. Corfrisk gave him a blank look. Blue was worried. Dream winced. Tell him I'm alright, please. I have, Corfrisk assured him. I overheard your conversation. I did not know someone else was in the anti-void before now. I won't tell anyone. The last sentence was in response to the hollow socket death glare that Era gave them. Dream had not known that Era was capable of extinguishing his eyelights, yet there he was, sporting the infamous stare associated with many Sanses. It was not something he wanted to see again. Ink hurried back, nearly tripping over his scarf as he bounded up to Era. Era leaned over and listened as Ink whispered to him again, then sighed loudly before nodding once more. Ink spun around and went right up to Corfrisk and Dream. Here! We're gonna be friends now, and friends give friends gifts in the stories, so these are for you. Beaming, Ink held out a pair of blue knitted slippers to Dream and a pair of blue mittens to Corfrisk. Dream instinctively took the slippers, while Corfrisk floundered momentarily, thrown off by the unexpected gift. They gathered themselves and politely refused. Thank you for the offer, but that isn't necessary. I don't get cold, or have a body. Ink's head tipped to the side and his aura reflected his childish confusion. It's not an offer, it's a gift. You can still have a gift. His mood shifted and he looked at Corfrisk with a solemn expression that was much older than his apparent age. Everyone deserves colors in life. Corfrisk silently took the mittens. The discussion began and the deal was struck. Ink was too young to fully understand how huge it was that the two sides were talking, but he knew it was important. He tried to pay attention, but was too distracted by Dream, who had taken his circlet out and returned it to his head. He somehow ended up on Dream's shoulders, playing with the circlet and humming to himself as the others made their terms. When the inevitable threat came, Error, and only if he was old enough, Ink, would ally with Dream in the Omega timeline. Until then, Error would only destroy alternate universes that were irreparable, not glitched, that's different, loathsome as it is to admit it. Glitched worlds can be repaired by a protector. These other worlds can cause event horizons if they aren't destroyed. It would not hunt for the Omega timeline. My Shayla! My Shayla! In return, Dream and Core would not interfere with Era's business. It would assist him in Ink's training. Ink was not allowed in the Omega timeline because Era did not trust those scientists one bit, so the two were invited to the Anti-Void, far from Era's home base. The first official truce in the multiverse was made between destruction, protection, positivity, and the Omega timeline. Your dream sounds a lot healthier than mine. He was, and is. Era's lack of destruction in my multiverse helped slow down the spread of negativity, too, in contrast to your Era that was corrupted and started destroying everything in sight. Even though the Omega timeline had not located me, the situation wasn't desperate for their side. My dream also came into contact with Blue earlier than yours did, so he had less weight to carry on his own. It let Dream have the time to find himself without having to be the guardian of positivity for everyone. I see. What did Dream mean by a protector of creation being needed? That. Protectors protect the AUs and people of the multiverse from threats. Protector of creation also protect the multiverse itself from threats. Your multiverse has the corruption. Ours came with a calamity, though it took a while for us to notice. He was much more proactive when it came to hunting down the ones that threatened to stop his obliteration of our multiverse. Ink was 7, maybe. Oh, wait. Sorry, guys, we're gonna have to change this music. We have to change the music. Where is it? Yeah, the music's too whimsical for what's about to happen. Oh my god. Can it, like, load? Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta break out the sad music for this part. If Spotify will work, it's actually making me, like, annoyed. This one isn't sad enough. But it'll do, I guess. It will do. Boom. No more Snowden down. No more happiness. Ink was 7, maybe. Despite the preparation that was the core of the truce, Era had almost let himself forget what it meant when a protector of creation was made. A protector was a role in most multiverses. A protector of creation was a role only created in multiverses that were in grave danger. No one knew the Angel of Calamity's true origin. Few even knew what he looked like, because he tended not to leave survivors. The core Frisk said he resembled the god of Hyperdeath's final form, with millions of melting human and monster souls in his wings. From everyone's point of view, he simply appeared in the multiverse one day and established himself as a terrifying threat. Some said he came from the Abyss, having been formed from the torn codes of worlds destroyed at the end of genocide timelines. Others said he was made from the grief and agony of every victim of every genocide route, their murdered souls and broken codes converted into something that would seek to ensure that those timelines would never exist again. Another, more supported guess was that the Angel had formed from an Azrael powered by both the monster souls of his underground and the human souls. One that had, instead of finding peace through Frisk, lost himself completely upon taking Frisk's soul and realizing his world was currently in a post-genocide passive timeline that would inevitably end in ruin. As a result, all the lost souls within were never found. That possibly Azrael and Frisk included, and they all became a warped amalgamite-like creature with the powers of a deity. Now the Angel sought peace by removing the individuality and free will of his victims and killing any opposition that remained. The most compatible were added to the amalgamite. The less compatible were drained of emotion and left of empty shells of themselves, lost in the blissful agony, peace of the imaginary world that the Angel offered. The incompatible were destroyed along with every single Frisk and Kara the Angel or his forces encountered, whether they were capable of reset or not. The angel did not work alone. Sometimes he released parts of the amalgamite to further his goal of eliminating discord, chaos, and reset from the multiverse. Like certain corrupted, the I never realized how to say this. Augurs of the angel took on forms of monsters and humans. Unlike the corrupted, they were often so indistinguishable from regular monsters that many did not see the difference until it was much too late. Even though Corfrisk and Era had kept an eye on the Angel of Calamity and his augurs, they did not understand what a threat he had become until an augur broke into the anti-void. He was not there to attack Era. He was there for the protector of creation. Ink? Ink, are you there? Papyrus's voice echoed through the anti-void, soothing, kind, and warm. Ink only knew that it was a papyrus and not a river person beneath the deep hood of the augur's crimson cloak, because the voice sounded like Blue's brother, but less tired. Ink liked Blue and Russ. He did not like augur papyrus. His voice was too sweet and kind, as if the honey that Russ liked to drink was hiding poison. Shut up, Beetle! Shush. Shush, 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 shush. Ink did not know how the augur papyrus had gotten into the anti-void and located Era's base. It should have been impossible for him to try to find this place, let alone enter it. There were not enough places to hide here, but Ink did his best, even if this version of hide-and-seek was much more frightening than the kind he played with Error, Dream, Blue, and Core Frisk. None of them were here now. There had been an angel attack in one of the core AUs, Aftertail, Ink's mind supplied as a mark on his bones stunned. And they were all gone. Ink was alone. "Where are you, child?" Augur Papyrus called. "If you would like to play, why not enjoy a game with me?" Ink kept still and silent as he hid on the bottom shelf of the wood-backed bookshelf, further hidden by a large crate filled with toys. The augur was not interested in playing a game. Ink did not want to fight. Era did not want him to fight either. He trained Ink to, but warned him that he should avoid battles as much as possible. Ink agreed. He could make bone attacks and small blasters, all in beautiful shimmering rainbows of colors, but they did not do much damage. Ink was capable, but he did not like the idea of hurting anyone. Unfortunately, Augur Papyrus wanted to hurt him. A shadow fell over Ink's hiding place, and the crank was yanked aside. He looked up, soul freezing in his chest, as an augur with a familiar face smiled at him. "You will not suffer," Augur Papyrus assured him kindly. "There will be no pain. Do not resist, and death will be painless." A bone attack formed in his hand, and he reached out. A glitching blaster appeared beside him just as Eric grabbed onto Ink, teleporting out of the way. The blaster's maw opened, and it let loose a deadly laser of concentrated magic so powerful that Ink felt the heat from meters away. When the light faded, the toy chest and bookshelf were gone. The augur stood in place, his crimson cloak slightly charred but otherwise unharmed. "Destroyer," Augur Papyrus greeted warmly, like Era was an old friend. "How did you survive that?" Era demanded. Ink wondered why he was talking instead of leaving, but felt the codes in the air. He was still learning about them, but he knew enough to understand that the augur, or the angel, was keeping them from leaving. Era's sleeves were torn and his fingers were bleeding, like he clawed desperately at a wall to dig through it. How long has it taken him to break into the anti-void? No, I didn't even realize this was happening. I did not realize what this meant. I didn't realize this. I'm making fan art after this stream. Era literally just sitting there screaming and like clawing at the codes, trying to get in to save his baby. That is so tragic. Oh my god. "You cannot destroy those who already do not exist," Augur Papyrus lectured, tone distantly gentle and kind. "Now?" He opened his arms as though preparing for a warm hug. "Give me the protector." "Nice to see your master's priorities. I'm insulted." Era gave a haughty scowl, but even Ink could tell it was forced. "Why are you so focused on him and not me, huh?" Augur Papyrus smiled warmly at him. His eye sockets were an empty cold black. "The protector is incompatible with the angel's peace. The protector must be destroyed." He flicked his hand and a spear of light closed around Era and Ink, flickering like a magic shield. Era touched the containment field and hissed in pain, holding Ink defensively close as the augur approached. Air made a gesture and swore again when his magic failed to pierce through the field. Circles of magic appeared within the sphere, and Ink recognized the distortion that preceded bone attacks. He whimpered in fear, and Air curled around Ink as much as possible. Do you ever think that, like, this moment, Air was saying, like, thinking in his head, at least I can die with him. Like, at least I can maybe take some of the blow. Maybe I can take most of it and he can escape somehow. You ever think that? That he was thinking that if I curl around Ink enough, maybe he won't die? Maybe I can take all the hits? Like, maybe I can just get stabbed over and over and over again until the others get here? And I can protect him? You ever think that? Or if not, he was thinking, at least we can die together. At least he's in my arms. At least I'm gonna die with my boy. You ever think about that? I think about that whenever I read these things. Water break! At least he was about to die with his son. Do not struggle. There is nothing to fear. Your suffering will end soon. Ogre Papyrus smiled angelically. All will become one in world without pain. Hey! Corfus called out. Oh, that was not. Hey! Corfus called out a cheerful greeting as they appeared behind the augur, smiling and waving happily when the hunter's head snapped around a full 180 degrees to stare ominously at them. Whenever the augurs and angel attacked the world, the deaths of Frisk and Kars took priority over everything else, a tactic many humans used to lead the threat away from their monster friends and family. This case was no different. The augur's unified hatred for Frisk and Kars overcame his orders to hunt down the Protector, and Augur Papyrus charged at Corfrisk, who vanished and reappeared further away. One monochrome hand made a shoving motion, and Error did not need to be told twice. He grabbed Ink with one arm and violently beat against the barrier that the augur had trapped him in. We're getting out of here. No! Ink wiggled in his arm, voicing a protest. We can't leave Corfrisk! They'll be fine, Error said gruffly. The augurs can't consume them. There was a lot of terrible things the augur could do to Corfrisk other than kill them. They could be hurt! They won't be, Error snapped. I need to take you somewhere safe. Ink's eye sockets stopped singing as he realized Error was right. Corfrisk was in trouble because of him, so they all needed to be out of trouble. They needed to be out of the angel's reach. They needed a place the augurs cannot get to. They needed somewhere safe. Sad stuff 100 times. Also, Rosa. Water break! Ink's eyelights glowed. The light drew Air's attention, and he looked down to see a rainbow of hues staring back at him. The air warmed, shifting with the subtle light of a rainbow. They shifted into the form of ribbons, pressing outward, and the barrier keeping Air in place shattered. At the same time, Corfrisk was pulled away from the reach of Augur Papyrus, whose warm smiles became enraged screams as the angel's most hated prey invaded him. The Protector, Destroyer, and Corfrisk had escaped. That expression. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Don't worry, your multiverse doesn't have that particular problem. Air landed hard with Ink still in his arms. He shoved Ink aside just before Corfrisk landed on his chest. The air was forced from Air's body. Oh, that's so sweet. The air was forced from Air's body. I'm gonna take my Corfrisk and Air sibling crumbs, okay? Even if he's about to push them off of him. I'm gonna take my crumbs. The air was forced from Air's body, and he wheezed before angrily pushing Corfrisk off of him, much less gently than he had dislodged Ink. How do you even weigh anything? Sorry, Corfrisk apologized. That was too close. Air shuddered. He picked Ink up and held him close, hardly daring to breathe until the chilling sensation that had fallen over them passed. Ink didn't mind his guardian's cleanliness. He always liked hugs. Are you okay, Cor? Ink asked anxiously. Do I need to call Dream? I'm fine, Cor declined. And Dream can't heal me anyway, remember? Oh, right, Ink mumbled. He took in their surroundings and gasped. Corfrisk and Air were immediately on their guard, but Ink's squeals were those of delight. Guys, they're siblings! They're all siblings! All three of them, they're siblings and they're siblings! A circus! Air, there's a circus! Can we go to the circus? Air gave him a dumbfounded look. He followed the direction of Ink's excited pointing to see that there was indeed a giant big top across the grassy field they stood in. Next to it was a town that was almost dwarfed by the main tent. Beside that town was what appeared to be some type of castle or tower. Before Eric could decide what to do, a voice called out to them. "Hello over there!" A Gaster waved to them as he fearlessly approached, pulling at his lawn robe slightly so it did not trip him up in the grassy field. Ink's attention immediately locked onto the gigantic wings on the Gaster's back, and he gasped in delight. Eric kept hold of him, stopping him from running right up to the stranger. The Gaster halted in front of them, smiling warmly despite being face to face with the infamous destroyer. "Greetings! My name is Aster." "I'm Corfrisk," Corfrisk greeted brightly, but their empty eyes were round with shock. "This is Air, and the little one is Ink." Ink waved happily. "Hi! Your wings are so cool! Can I touch your wings, please?" Aster's gaze softened. Air glared, but it was hard to look too intimidating when he was holding an excitable, squirming child who was determined to escape his hold and reach the pretty wings that were tantalizingly close to him. "What is this place?" Air demanded, before Aster could respond. Corfrisk looked to Aster, seeking an answer as well, and Air's frown deepened. It was only when he was older that Ink fully understood the significance of Cor not knowing their location. Sephiroth top. The grass shifted behind Aster, and Ink gasped in delight upon spotting his skeletal tail. We do not get many guests from outside here." His warm look faded into a much more worried one. "I do not mean you any harm, and I do not intend to be rude with my urgency, but if you had gotten in, this world may be at risk. Please, will you come with me? We need to know how you got here." Era was ready to argue. Corfrisk was more curious about the world they could not see than hesitant. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Ink leaned more towards curiosity as well, instead of the much more sensible caution. "I brought us here," Ink proclaimed eagerly. "You're very tall. Can I please touch your wings?" Ink, "No," Air said curtly, but Aster was trying not to smile. "It's alright, I don't mind." Ink happily reached out. Air tried to hold on to him, but eventually gave up, settling him down. Ink took special care when patting Aster's wings, and showed Aster his scarf in exchange, rambling about whatever caught his attention as they made their way to the castle. Undertop Gaster was waiting for them. His smile was warm and friendly, but it was not completely genuine. It wasn't completely fake like Augur Papyrus's smile, though, either, so Ink supposed he could give him a chance. Top seemed more scared than dissonant anyway. As Ink wandered around the kitchen and didn't touch anything, just like Blue warned him not to, the adults and Corfrisk spoke quietly, with the latter explaining the situation and questioning Top intensely about this hidden world. To Air's fury and Ink's confused alarm, Cor casually mentioned that Ink was attacked by the Augurs due to him being the protector. There was a smile on their face as they declared Ink's role, almost like they had shared it innocently, but even Ink recognized that look. They were up to something. Top was too busy noticing when Ink flinched to pay much attention to Corfrisk. "There is nothing to fear, young one," Top said. "The Augurs cannot reach you here." "Is it like the Omega timeline?" Ink asked curiously. Aster shook his head. "Not quite. Even the ones that watched cannot interfere here. My husband is the owner of this world." "Oh my god, they're gay." "They're gay!" He smiled at Top, who flushed slightly and pulled his hat down a little over his face. Wait. They're husbands in your multiverse?" "Oh, stars. Damn it, forget that. Nothing is guaranteed, so don't think about it, okay?" "So it's not unique to your multiverse then." "Shh! Forget what I said!" "No. Shush, I'm talking. I'm not going to ignore what you— Shush!" Aster and Top explained how Sephiroth Top was created and freed from their voices, the ones that watched, the creators, influence as an apology for the bit of trouble with Undertop Kara's. Top's entire underground moved here. Unfortunately, Aster's world refused. Apparently had their memories of Sephiroth Top existent wiped once they made their decision. The world was a blind spot in the multiverse, hidden from even the likes of Corfrisk, Error, Nightmare, Dream, and most importantly, the angels and his augurs. Ugh. When Corfrisk was surprised by Sephiroth Top's defenses, Top simply shrugged and reiterated that this world was built to be a safe haven. That meant no resets, no interference from them, no barriers, no determined humans capable of slaughtering their way through the populace, and no angels or augurs. "That's amazing," Corfrisk breathed, and Ink heard just a hint of jealousy in their voice. "The augurs can even reach the anti-void." Eric glared at them, furious at the reminder, but deflated as he realized they were right. Augur Papyrus had broken in, nearly kept Error out, then trapped him inside when he did manage to break through the barrier that had been set up to keep him away. Not only that, but he attacked when Error was absent. They can track me, Error realized. They'll know when I'm not there. Aster and Top were solemn. Ink was confused. Corfisk was quietly triumphant. Error gave them a hateful glare, but it was ruined by how desperately he held Ink. I can't keep you in the anti-void, Ink. You'll be killed. He slowly ran his hand on top of Ink's skull, the movement slow and soothing. Ink did not understand. He blinked up at him in confusion, but soon relaxed, smiling innocently as he sneakily grabbed Error's hand and giggled. Error did not smile back. His voice was rough. You need to stay here. Ink did not comprehend the words for a moment. Once he did, disappear in the nothingness. Bye! Stop beetle abuse. Once he did, his vision blurred with tears. What did I do wrong? Was I bad? I can be good, I promise. It's not... Ugh. Error made a frustrated sound and sighed. Slowly, he gathered Ink into his arms and laid his cheek on top his skull. It's nothing you did. It's what I can't do. I can't protect you, Ink. You'd die before you reach 18 if you stayed with me. Ink understood how easily Augur Papyrus broke into their home, but he didn't want to leave it. He wanted to stay with Error. Do you know someone that would watch over him? Corfisk asked, but the look on their face said that they already knew who they'd personally choose. The Augurs know his name, though they might not be able to break in now that they could start trying. They might not be able to break in now, but they could start trying if they learn Ink is here. Maybe we can find another place? That's not necessary. Aster stepped forward without hesitations. Hesitation! We can take him in. Top nodded firmly. We have 2 sons. My stepsons, if you want to be facetious, Aster pointed out, but his wings were fluffed with fondness and pride. They're both adults now, but I'm sure they will not mind having a younger brother, Top continued. In fact, Papyrus would be quite excited about it. So, yeah, this is another thing. People forget that Ink has, like, canonical brothers. Like, not just in Further Forgotten Ones, in, like, actual Ink lore, he has brothers. They're included in Roseverse, by the way. Like, he's very close with his brothers in Roseverse. You would know that if you read the fic. But, yeah. Just so people know, because I want to see Ink having brothers more, like, immediately. Ink was not excited about it, though. Not at all. Oh my god. They are in Spilled Ink as well. Maybe that's what's gonna convince me. Are they close in it? Do we see scenes of them being friends? Give me that spoiler. Are the brothers, like, in Ink close in that series? Because if they are, then I'll read it. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. They are? Okay, I'm reading it. Never mind. I'm gonna read Spilled Ink tonight after I finish this stream.
Guys, we did it! We did it, guys! Guys, we did it! Finally!
Do they have interactions?
It's a good day today. What happened? What'd you say?
Does Ink in Spilled Ink and Top's kids have interactions?
Yes, yes they do. Oh my god.
They
I'm
do?
like,
oh my god, okay,
yes,
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it.
One of my favorite, like, parts in Spilled Ink is when they get to, you know, under Top, like,
Okay, I am actually gonna read it. If that's all you had to...
I'm rocking in my chair.
That is all you had to say to me? That
What?
He had brothers in there that was specifically under Top's kids, and then boom, I'm done. I'm gonna read it. That's all you had to say. Out of all the times you tried to... Because Beetle has tried to convince me off stream as well, and nothing worked. This is the only thing that worked. I'm gonna read it now. I didn't want to read it because I knew Nightmare was an asshole in it. But no,
Nightmare ain't any better here!
I know, but, like, purposely an asshole. At least this Nightmare isn't trying to be. He's corrupted.
I mean, I feel like there were still moments in time where he could also have not been how he was.
But I assume in Spilled Ink, he, like, tries to kill Ink multiple
Oh, in
times.
Spilled Ink, he's absolutely horrendous.
Which is why I didn't want to read it for a while. And so is Error. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
That was sad.
Error too.
So it's like, that's why I was hesitant. But maybe I'll give it a shot. After I release chapter
The
6
friends we make along the way, it really makes up for it. For real, for real.
I feel
for real, for
okay.
real.
I'm gonna be honest. I probably won't be able to read it until after I write Ink and Air's chapter in Roseverse, which is chapter 9, so not too far off. But the reason for that is because I don't want to get influenced at all by other media right now. I haven't read any fics for a while because of that.
Interesting.
But if
That's
they,
smart.
this is why I'm reading for the Forgotten Ones right now because it won't really affect it too much. Might even help. But chapter 9 is like essential, and I don't want to read a fic where they don't get along because I don't want that to affect the writing. But I will read it now because I need to. But post chapter 9, I don't care. I'm gonna read it. So very soon.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to eating candy.
Okay. Ink was not excited about it. Not at all. I don't want brothers, Ink hiccuped. I want to stay with Air. Stop crying. I'm not leaving forever, Air said sharply. Aster frowned at his tone, but Ink was used to Air sounding grumpy, and he knew he did not mean it. Air pretended to be angry so others did not know he was sad. His attempts to cover up his true emotions became a lot less effective after dreams started hanging around him. I can't stay or the augurs will wonder where I went and search harder. I'll keep moving and let the augurs follow my trail out there, but I'll show up as much as I can to keep training you, Ink. Dream, Blue, and Corfrisk too. Outside of that, you could be a normal child. I know some people who would kill for that opportunity. Ink made a distressed noise and hugged Era tightly, hiding his face on his shoulder. Era hugged him with just as much desperation. Everyone pretended there was no tears in the corner of the destroyer's eye sockets. You don't have to leave right away, Aster said suddenly. Surely it is safe for you to remain a little while so Ink could have time to adjust. That's a great idea, Corfrisk agreed. We need to teach Ink to shield his codes before we go. Eric clenched his teeth and nodded like it pained him. Fine. The next few days passed by far too quickly for Ink. He met Aster and Top's sons first, and he had to admit it was fun to have more people around, even if Sans and Papyrus were a lot older than he was. Sans did not like Top very much, but liked Ink just fine, which was weird because he knew Top a lot longer. Not that Ink was complaining. Sans told funny jokes. Papyrus gave the best hugs, maybe even better than Blue's, and Blue's hugs were the best, so that was very high praise. Papyrus picked Ink up and carried him on his shoulders as they wandered around the circus in the town beside it, simply exploring. Being held like that made Ink feel sad sometimes, though he did not know why. Side note, because I haven't made it clear enough in the Roseverse chapters, Ink was like 15 when he was brought in, so he didn't have this exact scenario with the brothers, but he still was younger than them because they were both adults at the time. So Eric kept to himself. While Corfrisk went off to inform Dream and Blue what had happened, Eric lingered, watching with suspicious eyes as Ink met Top's circus family and was immediately welcomed in. Under their influence, Ink quickly learned new terms he had not really had context for, like father, brother, aunt, uncle, and pibbling. For the first time in his life, Ink could run in grassy fields, see real live animals, and live in a world filled with colors and hundreds of living, breathing people. As Era watched Papyrus lift Ink up so he could pet the nose of one of Sans' blasters, he knew this is what Ink needed. I know what you're thinking. Era glanced at Aster even as he questioned how he managed to sneak up on him. Then again, this was his husband's circus tent. He must know all the ins and outs of it perfectly. Are you pretending to be a mind reader now? Era asked with a sneer. No, I'm just a father and a brother, though perhaps I don't deserve that latter title anymore. Aster kept speaking before Eric could come up with a snappish retort. He needs you too. He always will. So don't think you can abandon him for his own good. Trust me, he will want you there. I know from personal experience. Eric flinched, a series of complex expressions flashing across his face. He almost left then and there, just to stick it to that nosy Gaster and make a point. Instead, he stayed, and hugged Ink goodbye, leaving him in Aster's arms with a promise to return. Don't call him Ink, was Era's last warning. It's too dangerous. The destroyer left quietly, with only a few ever knowing he had found their small, isolated world, and Aster sighed as he leaned his head on Top's shoulder. Top considered him, then looked to the rest of their family who had gathered nearby. Sans and Papyrus noticed his scrutiny. The latter waved, while the former huffed tiredly and turned away. Top's gaze drifted from his sons to the newest member of their family, who sat tiredly in Aster's arms. It had been a long day. If Ink is too dangerous a name, what should we call him? Top murmured. Aster's hand brushed down the side of Ink's face, and he looked up at him with wide, white eyelights. Ink soon became distracted from his scrutiny and kept himself busy, humming as he created colorful shapes with his magic like Papyrus had showed him. Aster watched him for a while, marveling at the gentle glow of his magic ribbons, and smiled. Prism, Aster decided. I think it's a fitting name. Oh, Ink, I didn't mean to. It's okay. I'm not upset. In fact, it's actually comforting to think that nickname transcends multiverses. Anyway, I lived with Aster and Top, but the others often stopped by to teach me. Outside of protector training and code lessons, I got to be a child. I was raised in a world filled with colors and laughter and people. It wasn't the kind of life that a lot of Inks were able to have. Of course, since I'm, well, me, there were a few unique incidents along the way. You can do it, Prism, Undertop Papyrus called from the sidelines. Ink peeked at his adopted brother, catching Sans' eye as he did so. Ink's scarf was carefully folded in Sans' lap with a promise to watch over it until he was done with practice. He held it up to show it was being taken care of. It gave Ink a knowing grin, so Ink hid his face behind the aerial ribbon Muffet had handed to him. The other members of the Undertop circus family tried to focus on their own practice routines to avoid overwhelming the youngest member with their attention, but they also wanted to show their support. There were not too many people, all things considered, but Ink had been raised in the anti-void with only a few people visiting at the most. Arid would probably laugh his head off if he knew chatty, excitable, ramble-prone Ink could be shy. It was a good thing Ink was not expected to join the circus like the rest of his family. All of the performers knew Ink's actual origin. Top refused to keep such a secret from his family, and Aaron and Corfus agreed, the former much more reluctantly than the latter. To outsiders, Prism was a child Aster found abandoned one day, and the family decided to take him in with nothing more to it. Prism would not be a performer in the circus, but he had gained a love for acrobats, especially Muffet's aerial routine. Seeing her perform within the ribbons reminded Ink of when he'd climbed through Air's strings, laughing and dancing far above the ground. Air would always grumble about his adventures as he focused on Undernovella, but Ink knew he'd keep a careful eye on his charge, ready to catch him if he fell. Muffet smiled at him with her sharp teeth. Oh, fuck, I missed the whole entire part. Muffet crouched down and placed her hand on top Ink's skull. It's okay if you don't want to practice today, Prism. I want to, Ink protested, his face still hidden in the ribbon. Muffet smiled at him with her sharp teeth. If you're certain. She directed Ink into the starting position and stepped back, reminding him not to grip the silk too tightly. Aerial ribbon routines came without any type of safety lines, but Ink felt no fear as he suspended himself above the ground. Under Muffet's patient guidance, Ink began his acrobats, his nerves fading away as he lost himself in the smooth rhythm of spirals, wraps, drops, and swings. Aerial routines like this one demanded strength, flexibility, concentration, and grace, with the performer relying on their own body to prevent injuries or falls. It felt perfect for Ink, who enjoyed the sensation of gliding in the air, supported by a family both old and new. Slowly, light shimmered around Ink, shifting from a soothing black to the hypnotic, prismatic shades of the rainbow. Magic's form slowly morphed into ribbons, joining Ink in wrapping around him as he danced and swayed through the air. He barely noticed when more of Undertop's performers gathered around to watch, 2 of his dads included. The other performers did not cheer for him, knowing from previous experience that it would make Eve freeze up and try to hide in the ribbons again. Alphys jabbed Undyne in the arm a few times to remind her of the fact, and she covered her mouth to hold back any encouraging bellows that would shake the whole big top. It was not a mistake that made Ink lose concentration. A stinging pain laced through his left arm and he yelped, losing his grip on the ribbons. Papyrus gave an alarmed cry as Ink fell, but Muffet caught him before he could drop more than a few inches. She carefully set him down as Aster and Top rushed over to him, with Sans, Papyrus, and Undyne hurrying behind. What hurts? Top asked quickly. Did you sprain something? Ink shook his head, teeth clenched, and lifted his sleeve to reveal his upper arm. The new black mark was one of many covering his bones. They had already covered most of his ribcage, upper legs, and arms, and Dream had predicted they would soon go up to his neck. Only Ink could read the world's binary code, with even Corfrisk and Era struggling to decipher them without a considerable amount of inspection, translation, and effort. I do find it interesting that they do make it so Corfrisk and Era can understand it, they just have to look. I kinda like that. Era's guess was that it was another defense mechanism to keep their code safe. All Ink knew was that when the marks showed up, they tended to hurt. Oh no. Alphys gripped the edge of her dirty lab coat with tense fingers. The angel is attacking another AU then? Swap felt purple, Ink mentioned quietly. The stars are helping. His vision blurred. I should be there. Muffet frowned and held Ink a little tighter. No, Prism. Ink looked up at her, wide-eyed and hurt. But I'm the protector. Top's voice was gentle. Ink, you are 9. Lots of Frisk are expected to save some of the underground. And they're only 12 lots of the time, Ink protested. Aster's expression pinched up. We're not happy about that either. But you are not Frisk. The multiverse is a terrifying place. We don't want you to be drawn into its conflict before you are ready. Even back then, Ink knew he was right. The threats that this multiverse's protector of creation would have to one day face were ones that even Eric could struggle against. If Ink tried to go out there and fight the angel now, he would be killed and save no one. It was a harsh lesson, an unavoidable one. It did not stop the hurt as Ink felt Swap fell purple slip away. It was far from the first AU that had been lost. Ink curled up in Aster's lap and did not speak, staring into the distance and quietly responding to his family's concern with brief, one-word answers. Dream and Blue returned. Swap fell purple didn't. I couldn't leave Ftfo safely, but with my family's guidance, I came to learn more about the multiverse, and how worlds in general function. It led to some revelations. Is my brother alive? At 10 years old, Ink had still not gained much in height. He had accepted that he was never going to be that tall, ever, but he was still tall enough to latch onto Eric's arm and strong enough to refuse to let go, giggling as Eric scowled and lifted him up off the ground. Their training session had been going rather well until Ink dropped that question out of nowhere. Eric gave him an unhappy, grumpy look, but did not teleport out of his hold like Ink knew he could. Where did this come from? He asked gruffly. Ink shrugged. If he wasn't clinging to Error, he would have fiddled with the scarf. Pops and Dadster were talking about it. They stopped when I walked in, though. And Sans has papyrus. Undertop Sans, lots of Sanses have papyri. Where's mine? He knew the scarf he wore was from his brother. Ink added colors to it and wore it, but he never really thought about its original owner too much before. He always assumed his brother was dead. Now he wasn't so sure. He's probably still back there, Era warned. Ink never forgot back there. The endless whiteness and the loneliness that haunted his soul never left. No matter how many years went by and how many people were around him. He froze and released Era. Era grabbed him by the scarf before he could run off, or try to portal to a different world. Core had been teaching Ink to do that on purpose instead of accidentally appearing around Ftfo. They were already regretting their decision. Listen. Era was using his serious tone like he did whenever the Angel of Augurs were evolved, so Ink listened. I'm not sure your brother can survive being extracted from back there. But I'm supposed to help people, Ink protested, hurt and not understanding. Can't I try to help him? I don't know, Era admitted. Your world wasn't finished. That means its codes weren't as well. For all we know, your brother could be so interwoven into that place that he can't get out alive. Most would not be so blunt with a 10-year-old. Most were not Error. Ink blinked rapidly, staring down at his feet with his eye sockets filled with tears. None of that, Error said gruffly. When you reach your age of maturity, and make your debut as the Protector, you can go to see him. However, you might not be able to do anything for him even then. Do you understand? Ink crossed his arms, hugging himself. Error sighed heavily. Look, let's start working on extracting glitch codes. Can you pull up your check? Of course Ink could. He nodded firmly and did exactly that, showing his check to them both. Good, Error praised gruffly. Now, do you remember the underlying code of it? It includes my identification, right? Ink asked. That's how people like Core Frisk can track down specific details about worlds and residents. Yeah, bring up that screen. It took Ink a moment to find the right trigger. He accidentally brought up the code of a tree in front of him instead, and then a flower, and then a rock, and then a blade of grass, and a second blade of grass. With a bit of a process, Era waited with an amount of patience that many would think the Destroyer was incapable of, keeping his cool until Ink got to the proper screen. Got it, Ink said brightly. I see that, Era drawled. Now do you see your identification? I think so, Ink blinked at him. You can't? Not unless you give me permission. Ink opened his mouth. Using passcodes, Era finished. Oh. Ink squinted at the line of codes and spotted the identification portion. I see it. It says Protector Ink Commyet. What does the Commyet part mean? I've heard of that one before, Era said, but he shrugged before Ink could get his hopes up. We're not entirely sure of its origin, just a last name some inks tend to use if the situation calls for it. Oh. Ink liked that idea. Give him another connection to more people, making them closer across different multiverses and worlds. It was only later that Ink learned that it was a name claimed by the Abandoned. Maybe someone gave that name to the Abandoned. The end result tended to be the same. Do you want to try to repair the glitches? Era prompted. You'll need your ID to fully access your code. Where is he fucking going, the DMV? Ink nodded rapidly. In contrast to his excitement to start, Ink was very cautious and methodical as he picked through the codes of his check, focusing purely on the original universe portion. I forgot how long this chapter was. Jesus fucking Christ. Carefully, patiently, Ink gently removed the glitches from the worlds. Finally, his AU was revealed. Inktail was an expected kind of name for his origin. Prisontail was another story, maybe in most literal sense. 5 letters. Like 5 blank spaces to fill blank tail. Ink, Air prompted. His eye sockets widened. Hold on. Okay. Widened in alarm and he rose to his feet, grasping Ink's shoulders. What's wrong? It has a name, Ink whispered. He smiled as tears filled his eye sockets and fell down his cheeks. My world has a name. Prismtail. Could that be the world that never had the chance to be? Or was it simply because of the nickname that Aster and Top gave to him? Ink did not know the answer. He never would, but it was still nice to see something that could possibly fill what once had nothing at all. Even after almost a decade, Air still struggled with what to do when Ink cried. I'm taking a sip of water. To his credit, he did not seek out Aster or Top to come help. He simply hugged Ink tightly keeping up his grumpy front. Hey, don't cry. Roll may be an unfinished abomination. Shut up, you annoying freaks. I'm not done. But it has codes. It exists. It's real. And it doesn't have to be abandoned. If anyone can give it life and colors, I'm sure it's you. Eric could not possibly know how much hearing those words mattered to Ink. Despite Eric's hatred for many things, anomalies, AUs, and annoyances included, he still did his best for Ink. He taught him, watched over him, kept him safe for so long. With that in mind, and the context living with Top and Aster gave him, Ink knew the proper term for error. Thanks, Dad. There was a screeching, dial-tone noise, and Error crash. Whoops. Hey, I was just telling the truth. I might have a Pops and Dadster too, but Error would always be my dad. You're crying. Maybe. Is it about the name? No. Liar. It's a different multiverse, so it might not even be the same. But still, it exists. Maybe not here or there, but somewhere in some multiverse our world was not abandoned. Yeah. There was a pensive silence as they both gathered their thoughts. You mentioned uncles, right? So what about your nightmare? Is it any surprise to you that I had an innocent lack of fear, maybe some common sense? For once, it actually worked out in my favor. Nightmare had I love that Eric crashed. I love it. Nightmare has begun allowing his recruits to kill in the AU they attack. Corfrist's expression was empty as they gave the news, seeming even more gray and ghostly than usual as they sat in Aster and Top's kitchen. Era was not here today, but Corfrisk, Blue, and Dream all were. Ink was 10 and a half now, and it was still a struggle for him to focus at meetings, but he did his best because they were important. A lot of the latest meetings were not about the Angel of Calamity and his augurs, they were about Nightmare's gang, who was led by Dream's twin brother. Ink did not understand why Dream and his brother, Nightmare, were fighting. The balance was not about fighting, with Nightmare going on the offense while Dream acted in defense of the AUs his brother attacked. The balance was about balance. Ink protected, Error destroyed, though mostly he had been destroying augurs lately, so that they could not create event horizons using AUs. Rosa, you're starting to turn me on to the father-son Error Ink train. It's the whole point of my channel. The whole point of this. They're the best. Father-son. Error being called dad for the first time by Ink and crashing, dude. That's so sweet. Dream spread positivity while Nightmare cultivated negativity. Balance. Obviously. Maybe not so obviously, because Nightmare was starting to push things Attacks from the angel had caused a rapid increase of fear and other negative emotions in the multiverse. Rather than pull back, Nightmare kept pushing. It was starting to affect Dream, not very noticeably, but Ink could see the strain in his smiles and how dark shadows had begun forming under his eye sockets. The killing thing made absolutely no sense to Ink either. Well, someone named Killer killing did make some type of sense, but why would Nightmare allow it? Maybe Nightmare did not know what his gang was doing wasn't helping? I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, Ink said earnestly. Blue seemed uncomfortable. Dream definitely was. He had not raised his head from his hand since he sat down. I don't think that's the case, Ink, Corfus said gently. Sometimes people are simply like the angel. They know what they are doing is wrong, but they chose to do it anyway. Not everyone should be protected. Ink did not understand. Also, by the way, Corfus is 9, so technically Ink is older, so it's like a 9-year-old explaining to a 10-year-old, like, yeah, so, like, some people are just, like, actual assholes. Ink did not understand. But the gang isn't like the angel. They're not trying to kill everything. They might just be confused. I'm supposed to be a protector, right? Why wouldn't that include them? I am very smug about it. Good. They're better as siblings, or... I like the dad, I'm gonna be honest. I know I made them brothers in Roseverse, but I love Father Error and then, like, Child Ink. Oh, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I'm making an animatic about it. Ink, Dream's voice was tired. He sighed and held an arm out. Ink recognized the desire for the hug and immediately shoved his chair right next to Dream's, climbing up and leaning against his side. Dream laid his hand on Ink's shoulder, holding him close. He was shaking. Protecting and helping is a good thing, but there are times when people won't want your help. They'll reject it over and over again, doing as much damage to you as they can while they reject it or hurt you for even trying. It is going to be very hard, but there are going to be times where you need to protect yourself by stopping. Because if you wear yourself out trying to help someone who won't accept it, you won't be able to help anyone. I've tried to reach out to my brother so many times. He won't accept it. He won't stop. And now I fear he's gone. Corfus stared at the ground. Blue was quiet, tears in the corners of his eye sockets. I hope y'all know, like, whenever I do, like, that shaky voice, I actually do start crying. I have tears rolling down my face as I'm, like, grinning right now. I look insane, probably. Ink silently hugged Dream around his middle. He was usually so warm, but not today. Today he felt cold. I'm sorry. So am I, Dream said brokenly. Ink felt horribly sad for him. He knew the Dreamtale twins' story. He tried to imagine a world where he lost Error or Sans or Papyrus, and they became his enemy, and his own eye sockets filled with tears. He did not let them fall, though. He had a job to do, because fixing things was the Protector's job. Dream, Core, and the others thought Nightmare and the gang were too far gone, but that wasn't true at all. They were right there. They just needed to understand they weren't doing helpful things. They were hurting the multiverse, and Dream and themselves. Ink was the Protector, so that meant he protected people. People including Nightmare's gang, even if it meant protecting them from themselves. Well, then, if Corfrisk and the Star Sands were not going to talk to Nightmare, Ink would have to do it himself. He waited for the Star Sands and the Corfrisk to leave, and for his family to go to bed before slipping out of his bed, still dressed in his day clothes and his scarf. Just like Error taught him, he focused on Nightmare's castle and carefully slipped through the defenses set up to keep others out. It was not long before a portal opened, revealing the inside of a gloomy castle. Ink adjusted his scarf and walked fearlessly into the entrance hall. It was late, but there was someone in the entrance hall, heading towards the doorway. Upon spotting Ink, he halted in place, staring at him with a blank expression. The huge Sans with a broken skull might be intimidating to someone. To some, Ink was too excited to be afraid. Ink beamed up at Horror. Wow, you're so tall! Horror grabbed him. Ink squeaked, but didn't struggle as Horror leapt backwards, bringing them both out of danger as bone attacks stabbed into the floor that Ink had just been standing on. There was a long string of swearing from someone in the shadows that became 2 long strings of swearing as a scuffle broke out. 2 more Sands emerged, glowering at each other, and Ink was delighted to recognize Killer and Cross. Both had knives drawn, the former's red and latter's a vibrant purple. Killer's hollow eye socket seemed to focus on Ink, but Cross stepped between them and Horror held Ink close. Killer, no! Cross snapped. He's a child! So? Killer asked. There's a kid here? Dust I'm sorry, I don't know why that killed me. Dust popped in through a shortcut and squinted at Ink curiously. Ugh. Ink waved, then waved some more when he noticed the ghost of Phantom Papyrus floating behind Dust. Dust blinked and waved back. Are you putting him in the dungeon or something? No. Horror glared at him and pulled Ink a little close. How did you get here, little one? Ink was happy to explain. I opened a portal. My name is Ink. Horror's brows crinkled. Killer tried to move closer, but Horror growled threateningly at him. Like they're fucking dogs, dude. I don't know if you've ever seen that meme of, like, the wolves, like, with the baby from the Storks movie. Where it's like, I am love. I'm in love too. I agree. That's literally the bad sentences with Ink right now. I agree. Ink muffled a giggle as he felt the rumble in Horror's chest. You did what? Cross spluttered. How old are you? 6? I'm 10 and a half, Ink corrected proudly, swinging his feet. Cross scowled. Actually, he kept on scowling since he had been scowling since Ink first saw him, and he always seemed to have a scowl in every single one of the pictures Ink saw of him. Ink wondered if he had any other expression, then felt bad for thinking something like that. Cross probably had a reason to scowl all the time. Maybe Ink could help so he wouldn't be so angry and sad. Why are you here, kid? Cross demanded crossly. I'm the protector, Ink answered honestly. I gotta talk to Nightmare, because he's messing up the multiverse balance. Cross's scowl vanished and he inhaled sharply. His eye sockets were round. You're the What? Dust clapped Cross on the shoulder, making him stagger. Wow, Cross. Can't believe the protector just walked right into your life like that. Congratulations. Cross made a strangled noise. Ink brightened. Have you been looking for me? Do you need my help? Cross said faintly, adopting the expression of a gif wrought in the stage lights as Top would sometimes say. Kid's probably lying, Killer broke in coldly. Ink scowled at him. I am not! He did get through the boss's defenses around this place, Dust mentioned. Darker streaks trickled down Killer's face. Doesn't matter. Even if he is the protector, he needs to... What is going on here? An icy chill spread through the air. The members of the Nightmare gang shivered, but Ink wasn't bothered by the cold. He spent lots of time in Snowden, the anti-void in back there. Ink watched curiously as the guardian of negativity himself swept into the hall. One cold cyan eye light focused completely on him. Ink had never seen Dream's brother before outside of the pictures Blue had shown him. He was a lot bigger in person, and something wasn't right. Ink focused all of his attention on Nightmare, studying his codes. It was small, subtle, but Ink could still see it. A glitch, attached to Nightmare's soul like a rotten spot on the apple. I thought your multiverse didn't have corruption. We don't have corruption so bad it deserves a capital letter. Glitches like that still pop up even in the most stable of multiverses. Repairing them is part of the job. They're like wounds. If you leave them untreated, they become infected, and a whole lot worse. Hey boss, Cross stammered. Ink scrambled out of Horror's arms and lurched forward as though to grab Ink again, but he dodged Horror's hands, hurrying right up to the Guardian of Negativity. Horror tensed, and Cross observed them anxiously but made no move to stop Ink. Nightmare eyed the small, unassuming skeleton child with quiet, cold amusement, tentacles sharp. You're hurt, Ink said bluntly. Nightmare stared down at him. His tentacles were still with shock. I beg your pardon? You're hurt, Ink repeated. I'm the protector. I can help. In hindsight, Nightmare was just humoring him. He was amused by the small, innocent child that wandered into his castle and posed no threat to him or his gang. Ink could be the protector as far as Nightmare knew. He and Dream had also been children once after all, but he also knew that he could kill this ignorant, far too trusting child with a single flick of his tentacles. That amusement turned to shock as Ink carefully extracted the glitches from Nightmare's code. Just like Era taught him. The game balked as Ink made the writhing, glitching mass visible before swiftly repairing it, causing its peaceful dissipation. It was that simple? To remove the glitch? Yes, it hadn't had time to fester. As for getting Nightmare to stop? Oh, no, not at all. The glitch wasn't responsible for all of Nightmare's questionable decisions. I'm 99% sure that Nightmare was planning to manipulate me first, and maybe kidnap me. Thankfully, I got through to him. Slowly. How? I honestly don't know. Cross nearly tripped over his own feet in his haste as he backed away, swearing. What the hell was that? Watch your language in front of the kid, Dust hissed at him. Cross gave him a flabbergasted look. Are you kidding me? Dust's cheeks flushed indigo. Behind his shoulder, Phantom Papyrus covered his mouth to smother his laughter. Not that anyone but Dust could hear it. It was a corruption glitch, Ink explained, looking to Nightmare. It was attached to your soul. Killer recovered from his shock and gave a cocky grin. Nice magic trick, kid. It wasn't a trick. Nightmare's low voice caused the self-assured smile to fade from Killer's face. I can feel the difference. The guardian negativity pressed a hand to his chest and leaned heavily against the wall, as though the world had unexpectedly jolted beneath his feet and unbalanced him. His singular eyelight shimmered slightly, taking on a rounder shape, and Ink saw how he pushed his emotions down, much like Dream did sometimes. What are you? Nightmare demanded. He did not sound as cold anymore, and his eyelight seemed brighter. I told you, I'm Ink, the protector of creation. My job is to help keep the multiverse safe and in balance. I love how it's the opposite here, with Cross swearing in front of Ink instead of Dust. Yeah. Ink made sure to stand up straight, trying not to appear too anxious as the adults all stared at him. Your last attack kind of began pushing things too far in the wrong direction. Dream's starting to struggle and be tired all the time. Nightmare got an odd look on his face. He did not look angry though, so Ink held on to hope. I see. Is that what he told you? Ink listened in confusion as Nightmare patiently explained that he'd been lied to. He explained that the balance was in Dream's favor, and it was steadily getting worse. He said that Dream wasn't weakening, and may in fact only be pretending to tire in order to encourage Ink to push the balance the wrong way, thus ensuring positivity's takeover. Unfortunately for Nightmare, Ink had been raised by multiple people that included Top, who was used to dealing with customers, Aster, who was used to his husband, Sans, who was used to his father, and to a lesser degree, Russ, who could be a walking lie detector if he put his energy into it. Ink could see a biased argument from miles away. You're wrong. Ink was also partially raised by Error, so some bluntness was to be expected. What did you just say? Nightmare asked icily. Ink shifted from foot to foot and masked his unease at Nightmare's harsh tone. It was probably useless, though, because this was the guardian of negativity. Oops. Oh well. The balance is already in your favor. The augurs are causing a lot more negativity everywhere, and you're kind of pushing it even more. That's why you're starting to feel weird. It's too much. Nightmare stared at him. So if you could please stop, that would be great, Ink mentioned. Nightmare continued to stare. Why are you killing people anyway? Ink questioned. That takes away negativity. I mean, it makes some, but the potential negativity from the people you killed is gone. That's what Dad says. It would probably be best for Ink to not tell the gang that he was linked to Error. Error and Nightmare were not allies or friends, they were roommates. A misconception that Error was rather offended by what others asked. Listen, Shayla's, come on. Go make out in the closet, stop it. But as willing to listen as he might currently be, Nightmare could technically take Ink hostage. Ink did not want to be the reason for a fight between the Guardian of Negativity and the Destroyer. It would end badly. Ink hated saying what he did about negativity and deaths, but he knew the nicer arguments would do nothing to convince any of them. Corfrisk had warned him that he needed to word things carefully, or others may dismiss his arguments as the naive cries of a child. Oh, interesting that Corfrisk said that. Ink was a child. He was still learning, but that did not mean he was ignorant. Nightmare did not look angry. His startled expression shifted, and he considered Ink's words carefully. The lingering whispers of the corruption's influence and his own pride was not strong enough to blind him. Perhaps I may have miscalculated. Really? Ink beamed and darted forward, taking Nightmare's hand. That's what I said! We need to go tell Dream and Corfrisk. Ink tried to pull Nightmare along, but he did not move. So Ink pulled a little harder and nearly yanked the Guardian of Negativity off his feet. Nightmare held his ground, ignoring Killer's soft cackle, and stared down at the perplexing creature in front of him. I have not agreed to any type of alliance with my brother. Oh. Okay. Ink released Nightmare's hand. I have to go home now, because otherwise my dads will be worried and start looking for me. But I'll be back, and I'm so going to help you. Ink jumped into a portal before they could stop him. A majority of the gang was about ready to chalk the encounter up to a shared hallucination until Ink reappeared the next week, nearly scaring Dust to death when he reappeared in the rafters of one of the towers. Ink kept sneaking around and visiting the gang. Each time he visited, he learned more about them outside of the battlefield and became more convinced he could get through to him. Horror taught him how to cook dishes Blue and Papyrus did not know about. Dust taught him how to sneak through the rafters and how to disappear from sight. Paps taught him how to listen and hear what others did not want to say. Cross taught him self-control, motivated to do so after Ink's recklessness nearly broke his leg. That would have been fun to explain to his dads in Dream. Killer taught him the magnificent art form of pranks, though Horror had to stop him from trying to teach Ink any arson pranks. Nightmare could have taken the opportunity to manipulate the future protector. He didn't. He certainly thought about it, but he never took that step. Was it due to guilt? A lingering sense of morality? Then what if Ink's smiles remind him of two twins sitting under an apple tree? What kept Nightmare in check would forever be a mystery, unless he chose to disclose it. Instead, he taught Ink the value of patience. Every time Ink visited, he asked if the gang wanted to visit Zephyr-Top now. They all knew what he was truly offering: a truce with their enemies, a chance for change, a place in his home. They refused every time, until one day, 3 years after Ink met the gang, they didn't. Aster did not even blink in surprise when Nightmare's gang appeared on his doorstep with Ink. He simply knelt, and Ink happily rushed into his arms, letting his dad hug him. Aster smiled warmly at him and smiled just as warmly at the gang. There was no fear or aggression in his gaze, his stance, or his aura, merely a peaceful sense of joy and acceptance. I was not expecting guests. Would you like some tea? Naturally, Era chose that moment to pop in for a visit to Zephyr-Top. Oh, he's seen his husband, guys! He's seen his husband! Yeah. He would have blasted— oh, they're just going through a little tough time right now. He would have blasted Nightmare if Ink had not jumped in the way, frantically explaining that the gang members were friendly now. Things went surprisingly smoothly after that. Catching Nightmare before he could fall too far, and having a threat to both sides in the form of an Angel of Calamity and his augurs, forced him to take a good look at himself and his actions, and more importantly, gave him no choice but to talk to Dream. Ink wasn't there for that conversation. He did not know what had been said, and what misconceptions had been cleared up that finally made the brothers tentatively agree to stop fighting each other. Another truce was made. Nightmare's gang would work with the Star Sanses and Error to eliminate the Angel and his augurs from the multiverse. Meetings were set up until training sessions were offered in order to make their alliance more effective. Training sessions turned more into casual hangouts. Hangouts turned into invites to birthday parties and celebrations. Throughout all, two brothers were allowed to talk and heal. Eventually, the truce became trust. Ink gained 6 more uncles in the process, 5 bad Sanses, and a single ghostly papyrus. Protectors are an interesting bunch because of their placement within the groups of the multiverse can vary. But more often than not, they act as a kind of balancer or counterbalance to keep the scales from tipping too far. Sometimes they keep the peace from outside or in the middle. Sometimes they join the side that's struggling in order to help them out. And sometimes they join the side that's overstepping to keep them in check and hold them back. Do you understand? I think I do. Don't really. Oh, don't worry. I know you'll get it someday. The truce was in place. Air and Ink existed in harmony. Nightmare and Dream balanced each other out. The Stars and Nightmare gang grew closer. The Angel of Calamity was being held off, and even pushed back in the multiverse. Even with the Angel of Calamity's threat, things were going better than anyone dared to hope at first. But eventually, hope they did, especially when Ink reached his age of majority and made his official debut, finally informing the greater multiverse that the Protector walked among them. So it was going well. So well. Too well. Things were looking up. So naturally, all it did was fall apart. Ugh! My throat!
Claps your hands. Oh my god, I didn't know that chapter
My throat!
was that long. Rosa, I don't know if you remember, but I took a Benadryl.
No! Beetle!
I took a Benadryl right here, and it's hitting hard.
Oh god, my throat is actually so bad. I think I read for a solid like 2 hours straight. I don't know. Oh my god, my throat. Oh god.
You might have. I don't know.
Oh god.
At least an hour straight. At least.
Oh my god. It's too well. Start shaking in anticipation. We've been live for 4 hours. I would try to read a whole other chapter, but this chapter is just as long as the first one that I just read, and I don't know if I can do it. You guys can hear my voice. I'm only human. And I bleed when I go down. I might die. And then Beetle also took a Benadryl, so they're not gonna be able to read. So
It's Joker. It's Joker.
we might have to wait until next week.
Leaving you on a cliffhanger. How fun is that?
And you get to have a cliffhanger. We got to watch TikTok get deleted in the Omega timeline. Yeah.
The Omega
Yeah.
timeline.
Oh my god, this is my
Sorry,
brain
guys,
rot.
Corfrisk is going to bring back.
Yeah,
bring
Corvus is
back.
gonna bring back TikTok. Don't worry, guys.
You know, Warrior King Asgore took it away from us, but
1 hour and
Wolf
34
Spilding.
minutes to be precise.
we'll spill the breath.
Okay, that's insane. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that's crazy.
1 hour and 34 minutes I talked and talked and talked and
Yeah,
talked and talked and
So I
talked.
was right. An hour and 30 minutes.
Okay. We're probably gonna head off to bed. I'm not going to sleep, but Beetle is.
Yeah.
We're gonna continue reading next week. Hopefully we can read more than 3 chapters. This is gonna be a very sad chapter, so prepare for that. A very long and sad chapter. Like, it's really sad. So,
Mhm.
yeah. Ugh. My throat. Alright, guys. Love ya so much. Love ya.
Bye, chat. Bye, chat. Have a nice night.
Stay super freaky. I love y'all.